Everyone is there. I must admit it's a peculiar sight. The faces I see run the gamut of races to be found across the lands of Erevorn. Elf, Naga, Nomad, Dwarf. All that seems to be missing is an Amazon face. Or two, if I'm counting Karen. Thank you all for gathering here. I take it the Amazons have yet to arrive. Tall blonde hair, strong armor, wielding a sword. I like how you describe her. Is she coming? I want to meet her. Wait, an Amazon is with us? That's so cool. I always wanted to meet one in person. Yes, that's her description. Nuala, I suppose you've seen her? Yes, I met her a few hours ago in the fields south of Grimoire. She told me that she was waiting to rendezvous with someone before coming here. Good. That means Queen Karen should be joining us shortly. The Amazon Queen herself is coming here. I don't think I've ever met a queen before. This will be a treat. Suddenly, Nuala takes a defensive stance, points to a bush nearby. Relax, Nomad, it's me. Lena, you're back already. Is Queen Karen the person you were meeting with? Yes, Queen Karen sends her regrets. Unfortunately, she won't be able to join us today. She couldn't attend for undisclosed reasons. She didn't tell you? She disclosed the reasons to me, but it is an internal matter, so I will not disclose the reasons to you. Well, fair enough. Still, Karen believes it is important that this meeting take place, for your sake, the sake of everyone else here. She said it was important for something called team building. I guess the upside is that without the presence of a queen, there's no one here to challenge my authority. So, everyone, gather round. I step into the midst of the group, and they form a circle around me. I see quite a diverse array of faces. I answer to the authority of the Grimoire Council, but as you might notice, we are in Grimoire. It seems fitting that we're meeting in neutral territory, especially given the history that some of you share with the human empire. My Naga friend gives me a knowing nod. All of you joined me for different reasons, but I think all of us have one thing in common. We want to put a stop to whatever is causing the spread of corruption from Namar. It's manifested itself in many ways. The perpetual mists, the corroding ground, and perhaps most noticeably, the zombies, skeletons, and ghouls that are shambling all over the plains. Several members of the crowd chuckle. We need to investigate. Actually, perhaps the word investigate is not aggressive enough to describe our next course of action. We are going to infiltrate. Infiltrate what exactly? We'll be entering the castle itself. The mist-covered plains are only a symptom of the corruption. We need to discover what lies at its source. And the best moment to infiltrate the castle is during the next full moon. A full moon, the time when vampires come out to feed. Yes, precisely. The full moon will be a dangerous time. But while the undead come out to play, we will be going inside to snoop around the castle that they leave behind. Of course, this isn't the kind of snooping that can happen without a combat-ready task force. I scan the faces in the group, searching for any sign of hesitation or questioning. All I see are expressions of hardened resolve. That means we have 23 days left before this happens. We will keep training in the arena and use the funds the council generously gives you to be the best equipped we can. Let's all train hard and do our best then. Yes, and when battle comes, we'll be ready. Cheers erupt all around me, and I find myself turning around the circle, seeing smile after smile from the people around me. These certainly don't look like the faces of people about to march into the face of danger, but somehow I get the feeling that they are up to the task. At the very least, I feel reassured of my own leadership capabilities. Looks like we've got a few level ups here. Okie dokie. Let's see. Constitution for you, and you even got a skill point. Let's see. Not that we've been using that as much, it's more of a backup healing, but I'll go ahead and level it up. Okay, Constitution sounds good. Rally Expert sounds good. The Sierra increases target speed. Mirror damage sounds good. Although I'm also thinking Tree of Life. Single target, because one of her problems I don't like is Nature's Touch is everybody and snail-y, so it might be nice to get a single target. And that Resurrection, yeah, that's what I thought, so yeah, we'll do Tree of Life and start leveling that up. Okay, we don't care about attack on her because she is going to be more defensive and focused on healing. So we need Constitution, Will, and Defense. Yeah, so we'll do Constitution on her as well. So Rissa, not that we're using her, but try and level it up evenly. I don't even know which one here I would do. So you know what? I'll just automatically have it picked. That's fine. Because I'm not even, at the current point, I'm not planning on using her, so. Okay, you've got the health. Ward nearby targets. That's very specific for magic, though. So she's got a resurrection spell as well. So yeah, we'll do that. So both our heroes can resurrect as need be. Health for you as well. Vayriel. You know what, since I'm probably not going to use him anyways, because Vayriel and Sarissa are both, this is our current party right now. We'll just auto assign. Alright, let's get back to work. The crowd disperses through several members linger around, chattering with each other excitedly. Jade, Karen had some things to tell you. Since she was not able to attend this gathering, she would like for you to come to the Citadel to meet with her in person. Of course, Lena, thank you for joining us, even if Karen couldn't make it. Jade, I remembered another thing. Yes, I met with an old man, a wizard. Apollonicio was his name, I think. I explained who I am, and he seemed enthusiastic to meet a fellow magic user. He said that he had something to discuss with you as well, whenever you have the chance. He didn't specifically tell me how to meet with him. I think I know where to find him. Thanks, Nuala. The demo has ended, and the game has automatically been saved. I've already bought the full game. I didn't even know. Interesting. That's an interesting line to put there. I mean, I did buy the full game. I bought it in a pack with a whole bunch of other games when it was on sale. So, okay, we've got a few things we can do. It looks like we've pretty much got the shop here maxed out for the people that I'm trying. The only thing would be the really good shit that is expensive as fuck. The Claymore Oathkeeper. I really need to write down the stats on each of them so I get the one that's the best. Because it doesn't compare it to the other shops. It's the problem. Because I'm not sure but they only have one claymore, so it's not like I can buy the claymore for multiple people, right? I mean, I could buy multiple paladin maces, and they only have 2 legionary armor, so it's not like I could buy that many of them, so it probably would be fine just... But other than the really expensive shit, we've got the Grimoire maxed out, I think. How much is the average thing for the Grimoire? I did look in Google to see what the point of reputation is. Apparently the only point of reputation is to lower prices in the shops. So the Claymore is 585 and the Staff Magma is 700. So like 600 to 700 looks like. Yeah, because Lena would like the sword. Both of us would like the sword. And then Desira could use the staff. I'm sure Nuala could as well. Although there's only one staff, so... And interesting enough, I don't think Nuala can even wear the Legion. Yeah, I don't think these two can even wear the Legionary armor. So I don't know how that compares to something maybe later on in one of the other shops we can get. So I'm just going to make a note here of the stats on the Legionary armor just to make sure how it compares to the others. It's 10 defense. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I shouldn't have done that. I keep using that, but I shouldn't. 10 defense. Negative 4 speed. And then it's got a bit of water and earth. So we can compare it to the others in case it really is the best armor to spend 600 gold on. Okay, let's see. I don't think there's anything even in the accessories we really want. Okay, so those give an actual skill. Hit single target for caster's base attack. Cost 2 SP. Fire blast. Okay, so it's essentially got an element of each. Interesting. But our current necklace is the best, at least. 2 parry, 2 defense, 2 attack, 2 health regen. Okay, that could actually be pretty good, maybe. Okay, so for her, the necklace could be better. That's only 400, so that's probably the cheapest. But maybe the Book of Water? I'm not sure I would use the skill because we would want to save the SP for healing, but it would give her a health regen. I don't even know if these guys can... I don't think these guys can even equip these books, Lena and Envoy, because it's got a red background, so I don't think these guys can even equip the books. Interesting that only says the Book of Water is better. And that's 732. I guess the main thing to remember is the necklace, but as general rule it's 500 to 600, if not more. More like 600 to 700, if not more. Except for the necklace, which is 400. Okay. What about since we've got the local reputation of 15, that makes everything here cheaper. So I could buy the bow, but that's like a secondary one, so I don't see the purpose of that unless someone specifically has a weakness to it. And then Spear of the Great Mothers, there's only one of those, so that could be good to get. There's also Elysium, but honestly that damage is not that good. So I don't know why it says it's better, but maybe it is, I guess. I don't know. But that's about 500 to 700. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do much with only 118 gold, at least right now. Desira doesn't even want anything from this shop. No, she does. She wants a necklace. I don't know if that necklace is better than the other one or not. Yeah, there's not really much we can do with the shop there. Pretty much everything we can get, I think, at this point is just so expensive that we just can't buy the stuff we need to improve even further than we already have. Children of Weld. Jade, Nuala, what brings you in the desert again? I came to see you. Oh, I'm flattered. I wanted to know more about the nomad tribes. What you wish to know? I understand that there are many nomad tribes. The Dune Marchers are one of them. I presume there are others? Yes, you're correct. There are many others. Do you know them? Have you met them? Why all this curiosity, Jade? I want to find out if all shamans are as cute as you. That gave a half heart. I want to know more about your people. She didn't give any heart, so yeah, we gotta hit on her. Get that relationship up. Nuala chuckles. You're always joking, Jade. I'm not the only young shaman of my people, though I probably am one of the youngest, if this is what you're wondering. Anyways, you've become rather famous in Grimoire, Nuala. People on the street talk about the beauty from the desert that sometimes comes in town. You're popular. Thanks, Jade, but I'm hardly the only popular nomad. I'm sure you've heard of Amukiki, for example. The arena gladiator? Yes, he is not in Grimoire at the moment, but his fame is spreading fast. He is a formidable gladiator. Is he from your tribe? No, though I've met his tribe, the Bears, some years ago. A peaceful meeting, I hope. Not exactly. Our war chief Lyric was challenged to a duel with Amukiki, and it was a good fight, but in the end Lyric lost, and Amukiki spared his life. It turned out that he only wanted to test his strength against one of the most famous war chiefs. Shortly after, Amukiki left the nomads and started being a gladiator. Why is that? I'm not sure. I don't know him well, but he must have had his reasons. It has been nice to talk with you, Jade, but now I must go. And I'm sure you have business to attend to as well. Sure I do. Talk to you later, Nuala. Okay, let's go to the Amazon Citadel and talk with Karen. Jade, I'm glad you stopped by. There's something that's been on my mind lately regarding Namar specifically. What is it? Lately I've been thinking about the structure and location of Namar's castle. It's really not so different from the Amazon Citadel in many respects. How do you figure? I'm sure you've seen it yourself. One of the greatest strategic advantages that the Citadel has is its location. A land invasion would force enemy soldiers through a choke point to get to the Citadel. It's all thanks to the fact that the Citadel is situated on a peninsula. It certainly doesn't help that the terrain is rocky and treacherous. True, true. Invading the castle of Namar is a much easier task than accessing the Amazon Citadel. The land route is much wider, enough for an army regiment to pass through, and the terrain is mostly flat. It's difficult to get ambushed, or at least that would be the case if it weren't for the damned mist covering those plains. However, there are other advantages of being located on a peninsula. Of course, realistically, we can only approach the castle from the front. We could try circling around to the rear of the castle, but positioning an entire army around it when it has its back to the sea is untenable. You say that assuming an assault by land, but there are other vectors of attack we can take. You're talking about your griffins. Partly, yes. We're assaulting by land and by air, but for a castle with its back to the sea, wouldn't it make sense to assault by water as well? It makes sense. That's a good idea, Karen. We can take the geography of Namar and use it to our advantage. Travel by sea is more rapid than travel by land. That gives us a whole heart, looks like. I'm not sure I agree, Karen. My understanding of naval warfare is that ships do one of two things: battle other ships at sea, deposit soldiers on an enemy shore to enable assault from a new front. Would assaulting Namar by sea allow us to do anything we couldn't already with our ground troops? You're right, it may be nothing. It was just a thought of mine. Of course, whether or not it's worth investigating is entirely up to you. Yeah, she doesn't seem to like that, so we'll do that. Get the relationship up with Karen. That said, travel time is not the issue here. Whether it takes you 2 days or 2 weeks to position your men around Damar, the difference seems immaterial to me. Either way, you will be engaging them at a known date. I've given the idea some thought, and I still find myself unsure of how one might execute an assault by sea effectively. It is one of those ideas that seems intuitive at first, but when it comes to the realities of battle, it may not be the solution you need. After all, you have to question what benefit you would get from a ship that you couldn't get with a ground-based regiment. True, true, but I think it's still worth looking into. Do you have any suggestions for where I might begin investigating? The Grimoire docks seem like an obvious place to look. If you want to know the specifics of sailing, ask a sailor. Good idea. I'll try to make my way out there, even if using Grimoire's naval resources turns out to not be practical. I may learn something useful. Okie dokie. The Grimoire docks. Jade, come in. Nuala told me you wanted to see me. The shaman. She has an impressive knowledge of the arcane considering her young age. She does. What do you want to talk about? Nuala told me about the team meeting. It was a good idea. To be entirely fair, it was Karen's. I see. Anyway, I am pleased by your progress. However, I have bad news. More bad news? I'm sorry, I think you need to know. I am not sure what you'll find inside the castle of Namar on your infiltration mission. But let's say that what you find is beyond your small team capabilities, that you need more people, like an army. Could be. And, to put it plainly, the council is broke. What? The might human empire has no money? They spent too much in recent years, with all the ongoing wars scattered in the four corners of Ereborn. You have no idea how much money gets wasted to run such a giant bureaucratic machine. This is a big problem, a Polemy show. However, let me see first what's inside Namar before we start to worry. Though judging from what I saw during my first encounter, there are going to be many undead there. I'll keep thinking about a solution while you're away. And, Jade, you might want to visit Lothark and Horus. Why? Lothark is a big commercial hub, probably the biggest of this area. They have rare items from all around Ereborn. Horus is well known for their magical schools. That's where I began my studies in magic a long time ago. They probably can sell you powerful magical items. Thanks, Apoli Misho. I'll keep this in mind. Good luck in your efforts. Okie dokie. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Cool. So we've got every place unlocked now. That's interesting. Lothark. You can browse the local shops, but we have literally no money, so it would be kind of silly to do so. Same with Horus. So let's just go to the Grimoire docks and see what's up here. As I arrive at the docks, I'm immediately struck by how different the sea is from the freshwater lakes and rivers I've seen before. The air is thick with humidity, and the sea's salty aroma fills my nose. I spot a man at the end of a dock wearing what looks like a captain's hat. He's barking orders and gesturing wildly. I wait for a moment to interrupt him. Excuse me. What is it? I'm here as a representative of the Council of Grimoire. I was hoping to speak to someone in a strategic advisory role. That would be me, I think. What is it that you're looking for? It's regarding the plight of Namar. So you're the one. I've heard someone was assembling an army. What is it that brings you here? The thought had occurred to me that the castle itself is on a peninsula. I was wondering if an assault by sea might be practical. I could see how you might think that looking at the map. Sadly, I don't think our naval vessels will be of much use to you. Why not? The waters around the Mar are treacherous, you see. The water around them is shallow and rocky. You might be able to maneuver through those waters with a fishing boat, or even a clipper. A Navy combat vessel is right out. That's all of your military class vessels. The captain shakes his head. It wouldn't make sense for us to construct ships specifically to target an area like Namar. Most naval combat takes place on the open sea, or coastal towns that are designed specifically to accommodate ships. Besides, we don't have a very large standing navy at the moment. Most of what we do is escorting merchant ships. In times of war, this is more critical, but in times of peace, it's mostly just piracy that we deal with. And pirates are peanuts compared to even a small naval battleship. So there aren't any military ships small enough to navigate these waters. No, ma'am. I wish I could help, but there just isn't any way we could support you with our existing vessels, and constructing a vessel designed specifically for that task would take months. Not to mention the fact that you would need to find a crew willing to embark on what would be, to be frank, a suicide mission. What do you mean, suicide mission? The waters around Namar are as choppy as hell itself. Even with a properly sized vessel, you would be hard-pressed to find a man willing to brave the elements. And that's completely setting aside the question of what's waiting for you on the other side. How many men do you figure would survive the waters only to be done in by the ghouls of that place? I've heard tale of ghouls capable of floating just below the surface until they find a ship to latch onto. They can't swim or so story says, but they don't breathe either, which makes them a phantom menace in the water. My willingness aside, it's not just something we're capable of doing, even if we wanted to. You would need a smaller combat vessel. I see. Thanks for your time. I wish I could be more helpful. I think all I can do at this point is wish you good luck. I walk off the dock with a feeling of dejection in my chest. Excuse me? Yes? I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now. You just happened to overhear. Sounds a bit suspicious to me. Are you sure you weren't eavesdropping? You looked like an interesting person, so I thought I would stalk you for a bit. In the course of stalking you, I just happened to overhear a conversation you were having. Nothing suspicious about that, right? He just admitted to stalking me. That's flattering. I must say I'm flattered. It's not every day a man comes up to you and admits to stalking you. Yeah, I figured that would probably get the mysterious pirate relationship up, but it is creepy. I guess that means you can count this day as one of the extraordinary ones. What's so special about today? Well, it's the day you met Jasper. That's my name in case you didn't infer. A pleasure to meet you, Jasper. Likewise, Jade. You know my name? Of course I do. I wouldn't be a very good stalker if I wasn't. You're Jade of Grimoire. You're representing the Council of Grimoire. You're looking for a way to assault Namar by sea. Is that all you overheard? You also seem to be a very patient person. That I didn't overhear, I just happened to infer it. As interesting as a person as you are, I think the most important thing I overheard is that you're in need of a ship. A ship ready for combat, small enough to navigate the rocky crag that surrounds the Namara Peninsula. What about that do you find so interesting? I happen to know of such a ship, and yet the captain didn't know of it. Jade, there are certain things that the Navy doesn't notice, and some things that they choose to remain willfully ignorant of. Let's just say that this ship I'm talking about, most of what it does isn't legal, strictly speaking. I'll take all the help I can get. I'm not in a position to refuse offers of assistance, Jasper. What exactly is it that you're offering me? I'm not exactly in a position to make deals, but I can offer you an introduction with someone who can. I would like to meet them. Today's not a good day. They're all out at sea right now, but come back some other day before dusk. I'll be waiting when you're ready. All right, Jasper. I think that's all we can do right now. I think that's all we can do today. Day 7, enter. Those Minotaur Crushers are just a little too OP. Seriously. I keep trying to do a 3 on on the hard here, but we keep getting the Minotaur Crushers and they keep crushing us. I don't know. I keep trying. We've got to level up our people after all, right? I arrive at the docks just as the sun is cresting the horizon. I scan around, but don't see anything. Hello? Jasper, you startled me. Just one of my many talents. I need you to come with me. I follow Jasper to the end of the dock, where he leads me to a small rowboat. You want me to get into that thing? That's how we're getting to our next destination, yes? Alright, let's go. I get into the boat and sit across from Jasper. Alright, you want me to take an oar? No need, I'm rowing. I wouldn't be a very good host if I expected you to do that labor. I'm the one who knows where we're going. I look out over the sea. The boat rocks gently at first, but the rocking intensifies the further we get from the dock. I place both of my hands on the sides of the boat to steady myself. Getting a little seasick, just trying to keep my balance. How do you feel about the sea, Jade? I love it. Personally, I feel a connection to the sea, even though I spent most of my life on land. Something about the wide open water just seems incredibly romantic. Is it the sea you're falling in love with, or the man you're sitting with? You're right, I must be falling for you. Oh dear, am I going to have to break another heart? You do seem like the type of man who's broken a young girl's heart before. Too many to count. I hope you won't hold it against me, as I take no pleasure in it. It's not that I don't enjoy female company. I'm what you might call a man's man in a certain sense. I do remember, just briefly glancing at the discussions in Steam, since there is apparently no guide, at least not yet, that Jasper is a male-only thing. So when you first create a character, if you want Jasper, you literally have to make a man character in order to get him. So we will essentially have to do a soft second run, but we'll have to do a soft second run anyways to get the visual novel thingy, play as a visual novel. So we'll mostly skip all the dialogue we've seen before on that one, though. Jasper offers a feeble smile. On the horizon, I spot the shape of a ship, and as we near it, I can make out the form of a black flag atop its mast. The image of a skull is imprinted on the flag. That is not a very inviting emblem. It's not supposed to be. If you're intimidated by it, then it's serving its purpose. Its purpose is to intimidate me. Well, not you specifically. Just what kind of an operation are you running here? Perhaps your questions are best answered by the captain. We'll be on board soon enough. As I set foot on the deck, I keep a hand on the side of the ship to keep my balance. Are you doing okay over there? Just trying to make sure I don't lose my footing. Within several moments, I grow accustomed to the pattern of the ship's rocking and swaying, and can take several steps forward without falling. Jasper, who's this? Captain, this is Jade, the one I was telling you about before. Ah, yes, the woman from Grimoire. Hello, Jade. Hello, Captain. You can call me Senya. Captain is how all my subordinates address me. Even then, it's not a formal title. It's what you might call a self-appointed office. What exactly are you? Senya gestures to the men on deck. These are the bastards of the sea, and I am their captain. Bastards of the sea. Some of us are literal bastards who never knew our fathers. Others have chosen to forsake their families for the embrace of the sea. We have no loyalty to any family or nation. We have only one love, the sea. How exactly do you maintain your livelihood? That's a fair question. As we owe no loyalty to any nation, we're not shy about stealing from the rich, giving to ourselves when the opportunity presents itself. We are not mere parasites who exist only by preying on other men. We share a symbiotic relationship with the sea. Our presence discourages those who might poach whales and otherwise threaten the marine life. In return, the sea offers its bounty to us. Some days we are pirates, other days we are fishermen. You're more than just criminals. So you're more than just criminals. Indeed we are, though the Empire will likely see us as nothing but a lousy group of pirates. Still, the point stands. We have interests beyond theft. We could, if we wanted to, call you our prisoner and demand ransom from Grimoire. I'm much more interested in meeting a mutually beneficial arrangement. You came to us for a reason. I'm curious to hear what exactly that reason is. Are you aware of the mist that's been covering the plains around Namar? I've heard of it, yes. The plains around Namar are of less interest to me than the waters around the Namar Peninsula. That area has been shrouded in mist as well. The mist is spreading. It carries with it Namar's corruption. We believe that if we don't put a stop to it, soon the entire continent will be covered with Namar's blight. We need to end the evil at its source. We're taking the fight directly to the front gates of Namar's castle. The wonderful thing about living my life at sea is I don't have to worry about the affairs of man on land. Let the land rot. I'll still have the water. You've explained why the mist covering Namar matters to you. Now explain why it should matter to me. We're invading the castle of Namar. Were you to join us in the invasion, you would have the chance to help yourself to whatever spoils lie within. And how do you know that the mist that's spreading over the water isn't corrupting the water as well? You don't know that. It could be. Now you have my interest. What riches can we expect to find exactly? Who knows? I have it on good authority that vampires have a taste for the finer things in life. They always appear to be so well dressed. You may be correct, Jade. It sounds to me like all you have right now is a hunch. I've more than once boarded a cargo ship on the hunch that it might contain something worth stealing. My hunches were generally right. I get the feeling that if you win at Namar, I'll want to be a part of that. That's a big if. I've no desire to commit my men to an invasion that's doomed to fail. I'm betting that the invasion succeeds. That's all good well for you. I'm sure that you're betting the lives of others on your success as well. I may very well make the same bet. Before I'm willing to do that, I want to have some assurance of your competence. How do you mean? I want to put you to the test. See what you're made of. Maybe get a little something out of it for myself, too. What do you have in mind? Let's explore the waters around the Namar Peninsula. Consider it a practice run for the assault you want to run. Not today, though. We've got plans. I can't be any more specific than that. Come back some other day. I'll make the time. One more thing. When you come back, bring a few friends. No telling what might be waiting out there for us. Besides, if I'm going to bet on the success of your invasion, it'll be a test of both you, whatever companions you decide to take along. How many friends can I bring? Let's say 6. Not that I don't trust you. I can't allow you to bring a small army on board, threaten to overthrow my ship's crew. Besides, too many people on deck will cause chaos, do more harm than good. Bring your best weapons. Be ready to fight. Okay, Senya, I'll be back soon. Good. Jasper, can you escort Jade back to shore? On it, Captain. One last thing. Next time, come at the end of the day. This is going to be a nighttime operation. Okie dokie. I can does that. Interesting that she said 6, though. I don't even know if I have 6 people. Oh, I do have exactly 6. But Vayril is looking kind of low on experience here, so... I mean, I can take them, it's just probably won't live long, you know? I have 6. Oh, no, this is the team down here is the one where... Okay. I see, I see. I got confused there for a second. Okay, cool. Make sure there's nothing else we can do, then we'll end day 8. I don't know when Hammerhand will calm down. That's kind of interesting. Okay. And so Rissa wants to talk to us in the Unforgiving Swamps. That's interesting. 576. Okay, so it didn't really help that much. It was what, 576 before, right? So each reputation lowers the price by 3? Okay, that's not that's nothing. Okay. I think there was still some stuff in Orcish Waste we can maybe buy that's below 200. Not completely sure though. Because we've got the War Chief Axe, 5, 650, Troll Warhammer maybe. I think I will look at those to see which one might be the best. I don't know. Part of me thinks I should, part of me is like it's just a headache. Okay, we almost have enough to buy the Explorer leather armor for New Ada, which would be good. How much can this... Yeah, okay, if we unequip this leather armor and sell it, we'll have enough to buy her. No, shit! Apparently I can't add. Apparently I cannot add. Balls. I don't even know if I really need those potions, but... Okay, anyway, Explorer leather armor. There we go. 4 defense, it's a little less on speed, but it's also got 1 of each element, so that's pretty cool. Okay. Now, I think that's pretty much it for everything below 200, at least before Dune Marchers. Everything else costs at least 300 or 400, I think. Yeah, the necklace would be good, but it costs 400. Yeah, the War Chief Battle Axe and the Small Axe Tide would be good, but those are 500. Okay, so what about Lothar? We haven't seen what Lothar has yet, have we? We've got Dagger Seahorn, which is 350. Okay, that seems like maybe the lowest. A one-handed water weapon. I'm not sure why that's better, but apparently it's better, I guess. I mean, it's 1 less damage. I guess because we get the health and SP, maybe? Reaper of Souls, that definitely looks good. 650 though. I don't know about that Seahorn. Mace Justicar. Azurite Shield, that's 400. So 350, 400 here looks like Legionary Armor. Some really expensive stuff here, but could be nice. Pirate Bandana looks like it could be good for New Ala. That's only 150. Nuala and Desira currently have the Bloodstained Bandana. Apparently it's a little less parry, but a little better on water. A little less parry, but a little better on water. Okay. I guess I could see that being better. Ravnar Helm. And the rest of these are stupid. So we could get the Pirate Bandana and switch it out apparently. We might do that. Since it says it's better, I'm going to trust that it knows what it's talking about. So I'm just a turtle. So for Lothar, we'll wait until we have the money. That'll be our next target, I guess. Okay, Unforgiving Swamps. What does Silrissa have to say? Almost as soon as I reach the swamp, I run into an excited-looking Silrissa. Jade, I was just leaving to go find you. Wait, you were coming to Grimoire? Sorry, I know it would have been a risk coming there on my own, but I had to find you. I think Enoch is still alive. What? Word? Really? You scouted the area and spied him or something? Well, no, but I saw him. Saw him? Yes, last night when I had trouble sleeping. Don't take this wrong way, but are you sure it wasn't just a dream? What? Of course I'm sure. Silrissa. Silrissa's demeanor suddenly turns aggressive as she closes the gap between us in mere seconds. If she was going to attack me, I wouldn't have had a chance to stop her. Her speed is really something else. Silrissa's face is only a few inches away from mine now, her eyes narrowed into a dangerous glare. I've never seen her so angry before. I knew Enoch was important to her, but I've clearly underestimated the depth of that importance. Can I kiss you? Silrissa stops and blinks at me, completely caught off guard by my comment. For someone who's such a flirt, you would think she'd be more prepared for something like this. Haha. Want to get in my face? You better get ready for a kiss. Once she has a second to process what just happened, a slight blush creeps into her cheeks as she bursts into laughter. I'm sorry, I got carried away. It happens sometimes when it's about Enoch. I understand. You care about him a lot. Yes, and believe me when I say that I'm sure it wasn't a dream. It looked so real. It was like a sort of vision, a blurred vision, but it was enough for me to understand that he was being held captive inside a tent. So you saw Enoch inside a tent. It was more like I was him, like if I could see things through his eyes. If I'm being honest, I'm having a hard time believing that this is more than wishful thinking. On the other hand, it's my job to keep the team together, and part of that means dealing with their issues, imagined or otherwise, before they become bigger problems down the line. What else did you see? I was lying on my side, which means Enoch must still be without his tail. He's probably bound and gagged too, so that he can't cast spells. They must have figured out that he's a battle mage. Well, even if he could cast spells, he wouldn't be able to put up much resistance without his tail. You're wrong. Enoch can cast a very powerful regeneration spell. Our tails regrow naturally over time, but with this spell the process is much faster. It only takes a few minutes. How do you know? This sort of thing has happened before. He saved my life more than once. I see. Still, if he was tied and gagged, that vision doesn't make sense. If Enoch can't cast spells right now, it couldn't have been his doing. Jade, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm sure it was him. And even if it wasn't him, I still have to try following this lead. What lead? A tent in the jungle. There must be hundreds of them. Oh, yeah, sorry, there's one detail I forgot to mention. The tent was open, and I managed to get a glimpse of the outside. I saw a big temple, the Temple of Chizulu. What? That's pretty far north of here, and on top of that, it's full of lizardmen. It's not exactly a safe place to go poking about. I also noticed something else. Some of the lizardmen were more of a reddish color. They weren't green like normal lizardmen. Red lizardmen. Hey, you look troubled. I take it that's not a good sign. I once composed a ballad based on the tales of a paladin who survived an encounter with a group of them. Though, if I'm being honest, I doubt that the paladin's account had any truth to it. It would be nigh impossible for someone to take on 3 of those lizardmen on his own. They're called lizardmen devourers. You can distinguish them from other regular lizardmen because they have a red carapace and are bigger and more lethal. They believe that by eating their prey alive, they gain the favor of the god of death, Chizulu. That's crazy, even for me. Strange. I was expecting a joke from you at this point. As I said, it's crazy. Who would eat something without cooking it first? Raw meat tastes terrible. That's better. Anyway, I plan to follow my instincts on this one. I feel something. Something like, it's hard to explain. A connection. Like a voice is telling me to go there. Wait, you're seriously planning to go towards the Chizulu temple on your own? No, not alone. You're coming with me. Good. Wait, me? Yes, you. You can even ask the Amazon lady Lena. She's an icy bitch, but she does know how to kill things. Wait, hold on. I don't think it's a good idea to bring anyone else with you. I mean with us. It's too risky to go there in large numbers. That'll just attract more attention, and there won't be any getting out of there for fighting off all the lizard men in the swamp. This will work much better as a quick search and rescue mission. Avoiding as many fights as we can is the only way I see us accomplishing this. I got it. Avoid fighting. I look at her and notice the way she says avoid fighting. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen with her. I let out a sigh and resign myself. I know I'm going to regret this, but yes, I'll accompany you. Vision of Enoch. Thank you, Jade. Let me just grab my swords and... Wait, not now. I need some time to prepare myself. You know, grab some potions, get better gear. This isn't going to be easy. I guess that makes sense. But please don't wait too long. As much as I hate to admit it, I can't do this alone. I'll try to be back soon, so I'll be waiting here for you. I'm ready now, let's go. I'm ready right now. Camera hands is still inaccessible. Apparently we can't do that today though. Apparently we have to like wait, I guess, or something. Okay. Grimoire Docks. Visit Grimoire Docks. Why did Jasper? You're level 1. GTFO. Okay, fine. I guess Jasper has to come, so we'll replace Furiel, which is our weakest one. The sun has almost set by the time we arrive at the Grimoire Docks. It's still bright enough for me to make out the shape of Jasper waving at me from the end of the pier. You've brought company. Hello, I'm Jasper. Hello, handsome. Hello, I'm Thesira. Hello, Jasper. Hello. Shall we get going? Yes, let's. My boat is at the end of the dock. Welcome back, Jade. Are you, your companions, ready for this? I'm not exactly sure what it is we're supposed to be ready for. This is a reconnaissance mission. If we knew exactly what was out there, we wouldn't need to investigate, now would we? We're headed for the Namar Peninsula, yes? Yes. Navigating the waters by moonlight will be tricky. By the time we arrive there, I expect our eyes will have all had a chance to adjust to the darkness. I understand that we don't have much information to go on. Anything you could tell me would be useful. I would think that this is something you have more experience with than me. After all, haven't you been patrolling around the plains of Namar? Tell me, how Namar's plains compare to normal land? Maybe we'll have some idea of how Namar's waters compare to normal waters. Well, it's misty. Yes, which is why we're doing this at night. Trying to navigate the mist in daylight can be enough to blind a man. The mist, they're not like normal fog. Something about them refracts the light rather than blocking it. You seem to know a lot about the mist already. I know enough about the mist to keep well away. You've been inside the mist. Tell me, what lurks around the Mars plains? Ghouls roam the area, zombies, skeletons, beasts of that ilk. Interesting. Where do you suppose they come from? I wish we knew. Think about what a skeleton is. You and I, we have skeletons inside of us. So do beasts. Fish. I think you need to be a bit more precise when you tell me they are walking skeletons shambling around Namar. They're human skeletons, aren't they? Yes, I suppose it would be correct to say that the undead all have the makings of what we might associate with people. I wonder what we'll encounter at sea, if anything. Well, supposing that Namar's ghouls are reanimated corpses, I imagine we'll find fewer of them out at sea. Let's hope so. We're almost there. We're nearing the peninsula. Just how far out are we going to go? If I think that we're approaching the point of no return, we go back. We consider the mission a failure, unless that point of no return happens to be the peninsula itself. So what do we consider a success? I want to see the castle of Namar. Just seeing it, that's all. Seeing the castle means getting pretty damn close, especially in this fog. I suppose you're right. Make no mistake, Jade. The purpose of this mission is to gather information. Nothing more, nothing less. I intend to chart these waters. The longer we stay, the more information we can gather, the closer we get to having a full picture of what it takes to invade Namar by sea. We can leave at any time. If I think the lives of my crew are in jeopardy, I'm going to pull out. We can come back some other day if we need to. As the boat crosses through the waters, I hear a terrible moaning sound, like one I've heard before on the plains of Namar. I hear zombies. What do you intend to do about it? I don't know. I can't see anything out here. They sound too close to be on land. I hear a scratching noise like nails on wood. Yelling erupts from the rear of the ship. Monsters. Captain, we've got monsters at the bow. Jade, Jasper, go. We run to the rear of the ship where several zombies have already managed to climb on board. Let's go. Okay, so even though we were able to bring 6 people, we still only fight with a party of 4. That is interesting. That's interesting how they do that. And you're going to railroad me into using Jasper. Well, fuck you. I hate it when games do that to me. It's like, why are you ramming me in the ass with this guy? He's level 1. He is nobody. Why are you forcing me to do this? And look at that, we got some padded armor, alright. Well, I have no intention of using Jasper, so I'm just going to auto-pick the skills. I don't know if that padded armor is better, probably not. How did they... doop, doop. Yeah, I don't think it's better than what we've got on. She can't even wear it. Yeah, no, it's maybe better speed, but we're probably going to end up selling that. How did they? They must have crawled on board. Is anyone hurt? Jade, are you good to keep going? I want to keep exploring these waters. If anyone is hurt, needs to return to land, just say the word. Keep going, we're good. We're good. Keep going. I mean, we're a little hurt, but it looks like Jasper healed up, so I mean, we're good. Is this what it feels like to be invincible? It feels like nothing can stop us. Jade, I'm amazed that we've managed to make it this far. My men are exhausted. You look like you could use some rest, too. I think we should pull back now. We can't stop now. We've gotten this far. We can't turn back now. The decision isn't up to you, Jade. I am the captain of the ship. You might be ready to press on. I have my men to worry about. Okay, that probably wasn't the best option, but I think we should push on. We are doing pretty good. Let's pull back then. You are the captain after all. We didn't make it to the Namar Peninsula. We did get some valuable information about our agreement. You want my help invading Namar. I haven't forgotten. Until I'm sure that we can make it there safely, I can't guarantee our participation. Where do we go from here? Thanks to today's scouting mission, we now have a better understanding of the waters around Namar. With your help, I think we could fully chart those waters. At this point, I'd be content to commit to the invasion. What exactly are you saying? Help me help you, Jade. Help me scout the waters around Namar. I'll help you invade. Come back some other night. I think we all need rest. Okay, we can do that, Captain. Yes, Jade. If you haven't noticed, Jasper has taken a real interest in you. For a while, I struggled to see what it was that knew that made him feel so strongly. I must admit, watching you two fight alongside one another made me think that Jasper seems more at home standing by your side than mine. What are you saying? Jade, you offered us the aid of your companions tonight in assisting my crew. Now I'm prepared to return the favor. Jasper still has responsibilities on board this ship. I can excuse him to accompany on your missions. I'm ready to follow you into the plains of Namar. That is, if you'll have me. I'm not in a position to refuse help. If we need you, I'll be sure to let you know. Jasper, sharpshooter. That's got that quest completed. Interesting that the quest experience goes to literally everybody, so it's sort of a way to avoid certain people getting more overpowered than the others. Kind of interesting that that's a thing. Okay, I'm glad to lend a hand. If you happen to be in the vicinity of the docks, you can pay me a visit sometime. I'm curious about what sort of person you are. I get the feeling that you're similarly curious about me. I think we would have a lot to talk about. Okay, Jasper, I'll see you some other time. I think I am going to strip you of your items, though, and sell them at my convenience. Not that they are probably worth much, but yeah, I don't think they were worth much. But okay. And then I guess we can actually leave either Jasper or Real out. Either one of them have equal level there. Okay, looks good. We've got a fair amount of gold and we've got things we can sell. I'm going to double check that we don't need them, of course. Yeah. We got managed to get 8 of these, so that means that alone is going to be what, 800 gold? Shit. We are now rich. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. And then we've got these, which I think is the only purpose of those is to sell, I do believe. Okay, I'm ready to buy something expensive. A Claymore Oathkeeper. That looks nice. That looks real nice. 5 health. We get better speed just a little bit. We get better crit hit. That just looks like a good weapon. Get the Claymore, or should I get the... It's 2 more defense, but we lose elements. I kind of want to get the... It's a water weapon, so that's my concern. Is if it's a water weapon, that means we do water damage, right? That's the main thing I'm concerned about. Because I can see myself running into a water monster and then not having the ability to damage or even potentially healing them because of that. So that loses 2 damage. I kind of don't like that. Elysium. See, that's the problem with those. They say they're better, but they lose damage. The only thing we've got here is Children of Weld, which is not even a damage thing. I don't know why that's considered better. And Flaming Sword, which again has the element, which I'm not sure about. Still can't go to Hammer Hands. Okay, and then here we've got a Dragon Teeth Sword. That looks nice. It's a fire weapon, though. Again, I don't know about that. I would think fire would be probably more useful in water. If anything, the undead probably have a weakness to it. Rare one-handed water weapon. Nagaslan Sword. See, I don't see how that's better. We lose quite a lot of damage. Unless that goes into... No, I mean, that would be our main hand, right? Unless we're supposed to add a weapon to it, but I just don't see how that's better. That's, I'm going to make a note of what the stats are on this thingy. Now that we've got the money, we can start looking a little better, see which one we want to end up with, because, yeah. Okay, so that's, 8 damage. Although it does lose speed, we get -4 speed on that. And we get 6 crit hit. So that's one I'm kind of considering for us. Dragon Teeth two-handed sword. And there's two of them, so we could buy another one for someone else if we want. There's only one of the other. Okay, so that's 8 damage, -4 speed, a little bit of defense. I don't know about the Nagus longsword. That just seems weird. Okay, so that's the Unforgiving Swamps, and then we can't go to Hammerhands. Grand Tree has a staff, which I don't see that being a good thing, except maybe for our healers. I could maybe see that for our healer, but we're not going to worry about that right now. We're going to worry about our envoy, our main character. See, this is a one-handed sword again. It says it's better, but the damage is only 5. I mean, I guess the speed would help, but I don't know about that. Okay, so the Elysium has quite a lot less damage. It's only 3. We do get a lot more speed and a little bit more crit hit and health, but that's just half the damage. I just don't like that. That's a little bit better right here. That's only 5. But that's still 3 less than we could have. I'm not sure about those spears. I guess the main thing is that they're faster, and it's like a machine gun compared to a shotgunner or something. I guess that's the idea behind the spears, probably. Okay, so yeah, the Dragon Tooth has 1 more damage. It doesn't have the health bonus, but 5 health is honestly not that much compared to some of the people who do damage. It's not that much. Speed is better. So again, the whole moving faster thing, and crit hit is at least a little better. Okay, so 1 better damage, better speed, and better crit hit. So the Claymore is probably better than the Dragon Tooth. Again, depending on the element, which we don't know anything about. It does have one less attack, but it's got better speed and crit hit. So would that speed and crit hit be worth the trade-off of 1 attack? Maybe not worth 4 attack, but 1 attack? Maybe. Part of me also wants to just go with fire on the assumption the zombies would be weak to fire. But I don't know about that. And dragons, because you know, dragons. Okay, let's go ahead and double check. That was what, the Unforgiving Swamps? Yeah, the Unforgiving Swamps. Let's go ahead and double check there maybe isn't something better over here somewhere. We've got the War Chief Battle Axe. Okay, we lose the defense. It's got better speed. It's got the same crit hit as the Dragon Tooth. And it doesn't have the element. Okay, War Chief Battle Axe is probably what we're going to go with. We do lose the defense, but that's fine. That's fine, we can manage that. And that's -2 speed. So, I mean, we still are technically in the negative there, but yeah. War Chief Battle Axe, that looks like it has promise. War Axe Sunstorm. It doesn't have as good damage, still loses defense, although it does make our speed neutral. And the crit hit is almost on par, but that's 2 damage. That's also a fire weapon, so... Okay, and this is got the health. I'm thinking the War Chief Battle Axe. That looks nice. Orcish Waste. Okay, what about Lotharic? We have Halberd of the Dragon Queen, a 2-handed weapon, 1 less attack. We do keep our defense. Our speed goes up, like quite a lot. Crit hit goes up by 1. So it's 1 less damage, but we do get the defense. And it's a fire weapon. We also get quite a lot of speed. Interesting that that's a 2-handed weapon, but does so less damage. I don't know about that Lotharic shop. Okay, Horus. We've got these. I probably should pay attention to these two, even though it isn't in green, actually. That's probably fine. Okay. Grimoire Docks does not have a... Okay, so I think I will go ahead and get the War Chief Battle Axe. That looks like a good weapon. That looks good. So see, according to this, the Troll Warhammer is better. And the only difference is that we lose 2 damage, 3 crit hit for 15 health. I mean, that is a fair amount of health, but I know some people who do that much damage to 1 hit. I don't see why that would be better. So I'm severely questioning the algorithm for this game, saying something is better. I don't know about that. Okay, can you equip the weapon that we just took off? Doesn't look like it, so we can sell that for 29 gold. That's not a lot of gold. Okay. 300, so we don't have enough to buy anything super expensive, but if I remember right, in Lotharic, I think it was, there were some helms that we were looking at. Pirate Bandana. We lose a little bit of parry, but we gain quite a bit of water. That is very specific, so do I actually want that? I mean, that would be great if we're fighting water monsters, but if we're not... You know what? I think I may just not. Is there anything else we can buy for 300? I don't think there is, because that's 500 something. Okay, don't care about you. Okay, no, I don't think there is. Let's double check in Horus with the defense and accessories. Permafrost armor. See, I don't. No, thank you. That has some pretty good water and air defense, but do I know what I'm fighting? I just don't know about that. Focus mainly on defense. Oh, maybe here. Red Runestone. It says it's better. We get attack and we trade out defense and crit hit. Nualas are healers, so no, because we want defense on her. Blue Runestone, however, yes, that does look good, because that ups her defense. We do lose the crit hit, but she's our healer, so we want to focus on defense. That's probably fine. Blue Runestone, yes, we will buy you a blue Runestone. That's fine. Okay, and that necklace doesn't look like it is better, so we'll sell that necklace. Okay, it says you want to equip this too, but you're our other healer, and we also want to focus on defense for you, so no. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good, and we've already done the arena for today. We can't do this thingy yet. So that's the end of the day. That's the end of the day. Okay. Let's go to... We should probably focus our reputation on the areas that we want to buy something in, right? Probably. Okay. Which means probably the orc. Can anybody else equip this other War Chief Battle Axe? Don't think so. I don't think we can equip two-handed on some of these people. I think our main character is the only one who can equip two-handed on. So actually, no, that may not be good. Oh wait, you can? Lena can? Lena can equip it. So yeah, let's focus on this. Not that it changes much, I guess, but... Because I think it'll only lower it by like 9 coins, if I'm right about how that works. But it would be nice to get her the War Chief Battle Axe as well. So we will... Oh, there's not even an arena here. F me. Never mind. Fine, we'll just... Is Grimoire and the Amazon Citadel the only ones that have this? can't go to Hammer Hands. Okay, I didn't even realize that. I just was focusing on the shops. No, Horus does too. Horus has a arena too. Maybe the staff for Nuala or the healer, because that would be health and SP. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not sure about that though. Because that defense would be nice. And that just ups almost everything at the cost of 1, but considering how much elemental it gives up everything, that probably is worth it for the 1 defense. Yeah, okay, let's do the arena in Horus's shop. I don't think it'll change much. Like I said, 350 will probably drop it down to 340. But there's no reason not to train here, so let's do the arena and see what kind of monsters we get. Ogres and the Thing. I could see water actually being useful here, though, now that I think about it. These golems are probably weak to water, aren't they? They do have so much health and defense, it is a bit difficult and annoying to kill them. But they aren't honestly that difficult to kill, it just takes a minute. They're not doing that much damage to us. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't lower the price by that much, so it's kind of ridiculous, but that's, that's whatever. We do have enough now to buy one of these if we wanted to. We have 457. Question is, do I want to buy one of those? Or do I want to try a focus on a weapon? I don't think any of the weapons are cheap enough that we want to buy. I think the weapons are the main expensive one. That's like 500-600. So I think it would be an armor. So I think those were at least somewhat less expensive. Let's just double check. Okay. Envoy. For some reason, it's still saying the Claymore Oathbreaker is better. 5 health. But it's got 1 less damage. It's got 1 more defense and 1 more crit hit. It's got 5 health. I don't know if that's worth 1 less. I mean, maybe it is, but I don't know. And the fact that it's water weapon, I'm still worried about that. So I will disagree with them on that. See, that is 6 less damage. That just is no. For her, see, we could get the Paladin's Mace. We have enough money, but do I want to? Okay, for Nuala, actually, that would be better in some case, because that would be health. Crit hit, we would lose a speed. Is 5 health really worth it, though? Essentially trading out speed for a bunch of crit hit. And a little bit of health. This would get health and 1 SP. 1 SP. If I'm going to go staff, I want something that will give me health and defense. And preferably more SP than that. Yeah, the Claymore Oathbreaker probably is better. But if I'm going to get her another weapon, I want to get her the other thingy. The Warchief Batwax. How much was that? Anyways, how much was that? Now it's 500, so we still need 50 some. Actually, you know what? We still have to go here to, I mean, I could save my money and just try there. And just save up for another Warhammer Battle-Axe thingy, I guess. Because it is definitely better than what she's got now, but it's not the best weapon. I feel like I can get her overall. Now the Staff Magma is definitely better overall for this one, but we don't even have enough for that anyways, so... Maybe eventually get her the Staff Magma, because that's... It's only damage in SP. Amazon Citadel. Damage, speed, and crit hit. See, I could see the Elysium or Spear or something for the mages as well. They seem to be able to do the spears, so that could be good. Even if they can't do the swords. And that just is better, period. That is pretty nice. Spear the Great Mothers. That gives defense as well. There's only one of them, but yeah, that's actually kind of nice. I'm gonna write these stats down just so I remember them. 5, 1, 5, 3, 4, and 6. That might be one of the best ones we can get for one of these characters. 5, 1, 5, 3, 4, and 6. Maybe get spears for the mages. That could be good. That doesn't give the SP. Doesn't give the same amount of damage either. Most importantly, it doesn't give that defense boost. The Elysium could be a good secondary though for our secondary mage, I guess. Assuming she can. No, okay, she can't even equip a spear. Apparently, Desira might just be straight staff. Maybe, okay. So maybe the Spear of the Great Mothers for Nuala and the Staff for Desira as the end weapons we're trying to get for them. The Staff Magma I'll go ahead and write down the stats for this one too. Just to have it. 5, 1, 2, 1, -1, and 5. So like compared to the spear, it's got the same health bonus, the same SP bonus. It's got 3 less attack, 2 less defense, considerably less speed, and only 1 less crit hit. So not quite as good as the spear, but since she can't equip a spear, it could be a good thing for Desira as the ultimate weapon that we're going to aim for. Okay, what about Grand Tree? Children of the Weld. See, Flaming Sword is supposedly better. It's got better speed. It does have a little bit of better crit hit, but we lose 3 damage. I just don't see how that might be worth it. I don't know. That's a lot of damage loss just for better speed, which would make us move faster, and a little bit crit hit. I just don't see that as being worth it. So she could equip the Children of the Weld as well. That would give us more health, but we lose quite a bit of damage there. And defense. So that's probably not as good as that spear. But what about as good as the other? That would give her more health. That's 10 more health. We would lose the SP, but 1 SP isn't that much. There is a 1 damage less. Gives the same defense, same speed. So the difference between this and the other is 10 health, 1 damage, and crit hit. So we lose 1 damage for 10 more health, and no, we lose 1 damage and 2 crit hit for 10 health. Probably not, right? Probably not. Yeah, we lose 1 damage and 2 crit for 10. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Probably go with the other, the Grimoire one. Can't go to Hammer Hands. Unforgiving Swamps. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Literally nothing. We've got literally nothing here. Okay. Okay. See, they even agree that the Dragon Teeth isn't as good as this one. Okay, Orcus Waste. Envoy. I will just have to disagree about that Warhammer. I'd very much like the War Chief Battle Axe for you. Yes, yes, yes. War Chief Battle Axe would be good. You can't equip any of those. You can't equip any of those, so no. Okay, Lotharic. Yeah, see, that's 1 more defense, speed, crit hit at the cost of one defense. So I can maybe see this one right here, but it's a fire weapon, and I don't know how that would affect things. I could maybe see the Halberd of the Dragon Queen. But with it being a fire weapon, I don't know how that works here. I don't know if that would mess things up. I could maybe see the Halberd of the Dragon Queen. Maybe. That being said, maybe we should get that for Nuala. Maybe we would lose the health, we would lose the SP, but 5 health and 1 SP is not that much. It would do 2 more damage. We would lose the defense, which is... So we lose 2 defense, 2 speed, and a crit hit for... We lose a lot of things for that 2 extra damage, and considering she's our healer, I don't know. No, okay, so no. we'll do the other spear for Nuala. Since she doesn't need to focus on offense as much, she needs to focus on defense. And she's not even... Okay, so nothing really in Lothar that we want then. Staff Magma. Is that the exact same staff from Grimoire Staff Magma? It is the exact same staff. Okay. So we can get the Staff Magma from either either place. Quarterstaff Stormcar. We lose the health and the SP, 1 less damage. It does have better defense though, and better speed, and better crit. Actually, we may want to do the Quarterstaff Stormcar instead of the Staff Magma. We do lose 5 health and 1 SP, but that's not much. We do lose 1 damage, but she's our mage, so I'm not as concerned about that. But we gain 2 defense, which is what we're wanting to focus on. We gain a fair amount of speed, not just because that goes from -1 to 2, so that's like 3 gain on speed, and we gain a fair amount of crit. Okay, so Quarterstaff Stormcaller is what we'll focus on then. That's what we will give. Yes, that looks good. 0, update our stats of what we're wanting to go for here. 0, 1, 3, and 2 instead of a negative, which is good, and 7. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Abyssal Staff. I do love a good Abyss. That gives us 3 SP, which would be essentially another spell, so that is fairly good, but we don't have the defense, or the speed, or the crit hit, so no. Bone Collar, huh? Probably not. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we'll come here for the staff. Horus, apparently. Horus and Grandtree for the spear. Grandtree? No, not Grandtree. Amazon Citadel. For the spear of the Great Mothers. Yeah, okay. And Grimoire Darks doesn't have a... Okay. Okay, so yeah. Now we can't buy either of them now, right? Oh, and Orcish Waste for the axe. Which is fine. So I think I may go ahead and go forward with the Grimoire Darks and see if we can get the money to buy at least one of these thingies. Because that's almost 700 right there. That's kind of expensive. Orcish Waste is 500. And then Horus is 740. So that probably is the most expensive is the 740. Because 500 and 700. So yeah, 740 is the most expensive. Okay. So I think I will save up for that. I think I will save up and focus on the weapons. One thing at a time, right? So for right now, let's go to the Grimoire Docks and talk with Jasper. Maybe we'll get more money scouting out the sea a little bit more. Maybe we'll get that money. Maybe. I find Jasper at the docks, sitting on the pier, admiring the sunset. My favorite pirate. Jasper chuckles, turns his head to face me. I would be upset if I wasn't. It's good to see you, Jade. Can I assume that you were lured in by the splendid sunset on display, too? No. Though, now that you mention it, I must admit it is quite a sight. Come now, don't be shy. Take a seat next to me. We can enjoy the sunset and talk business at the same time. Fair enough. I take a seat next to him as Jasper's gaze returns to the sunset before us. He keeps his eyes focused on the horizon, seemingly hypnotized by the light playing on the water's surface. What did you want to ask me? I was wondering about your guns. Yes, my little friends. What would you like to know? It's very unusual to see someone fight with them. We have spellcasters, strong fighters, healers. Kusho mostly uses a bow. That's not too different from my guns. Perhaps you're right, Jasper. Guns may take a while to reload, also do much more damage. I guess it sort of evens out. Exactly. Also, try piercing plate mail with an arrow. You're not going to get very far. A bullet, on the other hand. Jasper grins. And you haven't seen all the types of guns around. What do you mean? This old flintlock. I have a certain affinity for it, but it's not the best gun you can get nowadays. There are all sorts of guns and rifles that have peculiar features. For example, there are rifles that shoot several bullets at once, dealing damage to an area in front of shotguns. Yes, we know of shotguns. And then there are guns with multiple barrels that can fire repeatedly, solving the problem you mentioned earlier. A Gatling gun, I guess? Isn't that what those are called? That does sound impressive. I'm guessing they're very difficult to procure, though. Expensive, too, no doubt. Oh yes, expensive, rare, and difficult to find. Gunsmiths aren't exactly common here in Stannis either. The best ones tend to be located in Zoltar. I see. You know, if I have the time, I'd like you to try to find one of these special guns. That sounds like a good idea. I would be even more effective in battle with a better set of weapons. We need any advantage we can get. It certainly wouldn't hurt. I get up from my seated position, take one last look at the sunset. I take it that it's time for you to get going? Yes, it was nice watching the sunset with you for a bit, though, Jasper. Anytime, Jade. We'll talk again soon. Oh, so it wasn't a raid. It was just a thingy with Jasper, okay. I thought we were going to go get to raid some more zombies, but apparently not. Double checking that there's nothing else that we can do before we end the day. Seems like Lothar and Horus is literally just there to be a shot, but okay, day 11. Remember that unless specified in the quest description, there is no deadline for any quest. Being an open world type game, even if a quest seems urgent, you can still do it at your own pace. Well, I mean, I've been doing everything I can pretty much anyway, so kind of don't like how we have to go through party and party thing and then go to here to get to here. So we failed to recruit Kusho. Interesting. That's actually considered a fail there. Wait, why are we back out of the party? Come on now, stop putting me out of the party, weirdos. Okay, Grimoire? No, most expensive was Horus, wasn't it? The quarter staff storm car, yeah. So let's train in the arena here. Yeah, see, it's still pretty expensive, 728, even though we gained um, three reputation there. It's not helping that much. It really isn't. How much can we get if we sell this thingy? Why is it not letting me? Okay, yeah, because I'm being a dumbass. Okay, so we only get 25 if we sell the quarterstaff. So that's not nearly enough to make up the almost 100 coin difference. So we can't get quarterstaff Stormcaller yet. But we should be able to get the War Chief Battleaxe for Lena, which I very much want to do, because that will up her offense by so much. We will lose 1 point of defense and we will lose 4 speed, so we will be quite a bit slower, which is kind of frustrating because I noticed that Envoy does quite a few less attacks because of that, but our attacks do count when we get them in, so you know what, that's fine. We will give her the War Chief Battleaxe. We will sell the Spear, probably, right? We don't want to equip it to Nuala? No, okay. Very good, we have a better weapon now. Okay, is there anything else we need to do? I guess not. Hammerhand is still angry. For some reason, we still can't do the Unforgiving Swamps. I don't know what's up with that. Weren't we on like a hasty mission for that? Wasn't that supposed to be like, we need to hurry up and do this? Why do I keep ending up over here? Fragging ass. I don't know what's up with that. I genuinely don't know why we keep ending up over here. It's making me very angry at this point. I don't know. That is weird. Okay, yeah, there's literally nothing we could do. I don't know why we can't. I mean, it seems like to me that that was kind of an important thing we needed to hurry up and do. The Tomb of Erd. We can't do that either. You need to wait for the second full moon? Really? There's going to be a second full moon? Okay, sure, whatever. We'll just end the day, I guess. Nothing else to do. I'm guessing that it always shows up on the... So there's still nothing else to do here other than the arena. We're pretty much farming the arena and money at this point, right? I mean... I guess now we need to figure out what our best options are for armor now that we've got the best weapons, I think. Go ahead and start off in order. Grimoire. Keeping in mind, of course, that there are limited options for some of them. I just don't see how that could possibly be better. Anyway. Legionary armor, it's got 10 defense, which looks pretty good. There's 2 of them here. So I'll go ahead and take down the stats for this. 10 defense. We do lose 4 speed, which is kind of sad. And it only has water and earth. We lose the air and fire. Again, not, well, I think the golems have been doing earth with their earthquake, but that, I think that's the only elemental we've encountered so far. So 10 defense, 4 less speed. Yeah. Plate mail. That's what we've got on right now. Okay. I don't think our healers can equip that legionary armor. They can't equip any of the other armor here, it looks like. And something else to keep in mind also is the helmet, I guess. But none of these are any better than one. Well, okay, I really probably should look at all the others, because honestly, at this point, I guess I can't trust the thingy, can I? I should go ahead and look at all of them. At least the ones that are double-handed. I mean, I would assume the rare ones are the best ones, right? Because it's got an R and it's rare. I would assume the rare ones automatically have better. Probably. I don't know why she's in the middle right here. That feels weird. So see, that would be a little bit more damage, SP, and health, but lots of defense loss there. Also kind of wish we could organize it by staffs and whatever. Because I feel like this plate helm might be better. Wait, can they not even equip it? They can't even equip it, can they? That's why it's red. That's probably why it's not showing up. They quite literally can't even equip it. Never mind. Okay, that could be what's going on. Okay, so yeah, they probably can't even equip it, even though it is better. Problem with being a weak mage. But yeah, the legionary armor looks pretty good. It's about 500-600. Looks like our best option here in Grimoire. Amazon Citadel. Okay, we've got the Gladiator helmet, which is better than the Legionary helmet. Why would somebody from Anaconda, Montana be calling me? I do not know. That is so far removed from where I am. That is like across the state, across the country. MT is Montana, right? I think so. That's across the country, literally. Maybe. Ish. Okay, Griffin leather armor. That's doesn't have as good defense, but it does increase speed quite a bit and the air. The Gladiator helmet, that's something else we gotta remember, is the helmets. That has 8 defense, so it's got the same defense as our current one, but it's got more parry, and then it's got just overall better armor there. It's Jade and Lena only. But we can get the Gladiator helmets. That's about 500. So, let's see, Amazon Scout armor. Amazon Scout Armor has good overall elemental as well. Mercenary Chainmail. Not as good as that other mail. Speed's about the same too. Question is, what can these guys equip? These guys can equip the Amazon Scout Armor. But see, that's the problem with the Mage. So even if we compare it to the plate mail earlier, which none of these look like they're as good, the Gladiator helmets would be what we would want here for them. The only thing these guys can equip is the Amazon Scout Armor, which is about 300. So we probably should get that pretty soon for at least one of the mages, because that would be nice. Because that's 5 defense, 0 speed, and just overall elemental defense. That's 300. That might be our next one to get right there. There's only one of them, sadly, so only one of the healers can get it, but it's still pretty good. Actually, that's what you've already got on. No, we've already got one person with it on. Okay. Very good. Okay. Yeah, Amazon Scout Armor might actually be the best one there. Grand Tree. Do we have anything good here? We have a Forest Warden Armor. 7 defense, not so good. Speed is nice. The Earth defense is nice as fuck, but that's about it. Forest Warden Armor. Okay, and what about you guys? Nothing here for either of you. Nothing that you can equip. Okay, so nothing in Grand Tree. Still can't go to Hammerhands. No idea when that's going to be not a thing. Okay, so maybe this Magic Linen Vest? No, that doesn't have as good physical defense, but it might have better elemental, but I don't know how worried I should be about elemental. I almost feel like I should prioritize physical. The difference is the Magic Linen. Well, I can already go ahead and compare it to here, can't I? Yeah, it's got literally double the elemental defense at the cost of 2 defense. I don't know enough about the game right now to know if that's a good thing or not. If there is somebody that uses a whole bunch of elemental, that could be really good, but if we keep facing physical like I think we've been mostly facing, that's not so much. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe not. That was Unforgiving Swamps, right? Yeah. Amazon Citadel has a helmet and maybe the armor. Well, maybe this armor just because we already have one equipped on the other person, honestly. Yeah. So Amazon Citadel for the armor and helmet, then armor. Okay. So far, at least. Okay, Dune Marcher's Tribe. You got anything good? Does not look like it for them. Or them, no. Dune Marchers don't have anything good armor-wise. That was Orcus Waste, right? Yeah. Lothark. Do you have anything? Maybe. Obsidian padded armor. 2 less defense. Maybe more earth and fire. 2 less defense and overall. See, like, why would we get the Royal Guard Chainmail if we can just go get the other armor, right? Legion. Isn't that what the other one was called? Legionary armor? Yeah, it's 1 each, so this would have more fire, earth, but again, I don't know what elements we might... Isn't that what the other thingy's called back in Grimoire, Legionary armor? That is the exact same thing. Apparently, Legionary armor can be bought in 2 different places. Interesting. Legionary armor, yes, okay. Cragvenar helm. There's only one of them. It has better defense, The parry is no so good. I'm still not sure what the parry even does though. So my instinct is to go ahead and get there's only one of them. And it honestly looks kind of badass. Look at that. Look at the horns on the side and shit. So maybe this fur might get main character. Get me 2 more defense at the risk of parry. That could be fine. Anything for these guys. Maybe the pirate bandana, but that's lowering parry. Even though I don't know what it is, I don't know if I should be getting water for that. So Lotharic maybe for the helmet. Lotharic and Amazon Citadel for the helmets, maybe. Okay, gear. We've got permafrost armor, not very good defense. We've got magic linen vest, which we've already seen, I do believe. Gossamer mage vest. Again, costing defense for the. They can also wear the permafrost armor. Water and air is very nice. So we essentially trade. We essentially trade 1 fire and 1 earth for 2 water and 2 air. Again, I don't know if that's worth it. So maybe not. There's nothing else here. Interesting that she can equip these 2, but she can't. It's interesting. Okay, so no, nothing back in Horus so far. Grimoire Docks doesn't even have a... Okay. Okay, so Amazon Citadel I think will be the first one we focus on, getting the other Amazon armor for Nuala. That's 300. That shouldn't be hard to get. I think that'll be our first focus. We've had a few days here where, I mean, there's been nothing to do. We've just been... Do I want to keep doing Horus, or do I want to try a farm somewhere else? I'm kind of curious if there's somewhere that doesn't have golems, because at this point, golems are the bane of my existence right now. I really don't like golems. They are just so strong, and they're stunning us. And they're not like strong, they're just tough. That's the right word. And still nothing. Okay. I know Grimoire has golems. I don't remember if Amazon Citadel had golems. It's been a minute since we were there. Can't go to Hammerhands. Unforgiving Swamps doesn't have one. Orcish Waste doesn't have one. Lotharic doesn't have one. We know Horus has one because that's where we've been. I'm going to try Amazon Citadel and hope maybe they don't have golems, but did they have golems? I don't remember. Maybe they don't. Maybe this will be the best place to farm. Get those golems out of the way, because their defense is just out there. It's just not okay. Alright, the guys here do a fair amount more damage, but oh, they might have even more experience though. Look at that. We were getting 30 something at the other place, right? This one's giving us 60 something, so yeah, I think we may farm at the Amazon resort right now. I can handle more offense coming our way. I can handle that. We've got plenty of healing. But having to sit here and try and eventually farm through the Golem's defense is just friggin' annoying. That being said, if anybody has arachnophobia, this would be the worst arena to farm. So many giant spiders. My apologies, guys, if you do have arachnophobia. Okay, there we go. We've got the Amazon Scout armor for Nuala and Desira. Very good. Normal damage. Okay, so now we need to focus on either the gladiator helmet, which is 455, or where was that? Horus? No, not Horus. Where was that? Orcish Waste? No. Memory's hard. Lothar? Lothar, which is 600, so that one's a bit expensive. 600, but that would be nice. So 600 for that. 455 for that. Or here, which is 567, which is almost the same as the helmet, so that's fine. So 600 or so. Sounds good. And turn. Oh, we can access Hammer Hands again. What? Oh shit. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Party talk. Talk with Desira. I find Desira in Guimar, where we last met. Hello, Desira. How have you been? I suppose I can't complain. I've been getting along just fine, though I wish I could say the same for Galan. Galan's fate has been occupying my mind as well. I've been thinking maybe we should go back for him. I was hoping you would say that. Galan's fate is something that weighs on my conscience. Not a day goes by that I don't think about him. At first I was afraid to even think about asking about him. What if he met his demise that night, or the day after? It's not the kind of thing I would want to hear about. I don't want to hide from the truth, whatever it is, for any longer. Even if he has met his end, I want to hear about it. If he's deceased, I want that closure, for what good it'll do me, or you. More importantly, if he's trapped, there's something that we can do to free him. We have to try, don't we? Indeed. That's the thinking. How soon would you be ready to head back to Hammerheads? How about right now? I'm ready if you are. Lovely, just give me a few moments to gather some of my belongings. We arrive at the outskirts of Hammerhands and enter a tavern to inquire for information. Do you think that the people here will know anything about our situation? If Edgar Erasmus wants people to know something, they'll know, even as far from his estate as his tavern. At least people who are in the business of staying informed will know it. Bartender. What can I get you to? Some information if you don't mind. Information is always on tap provided you're ready to tip. Of course. I always tip for good service. What can you tell me about the Erasmus estate? Any arrest warrants out for it in his name? I heard rumors about a pair of fugitives escaping his dungeon. The bartender scratches his chin and shakes his head. I haven't heard anything about that. In fact, to my knowledge, there haven't been any recent arrests on behalf of the Erasmus estate recently either. The last thing I can remember is some accountant, one of Edgar's own, who was in prison for embezzling from the Erasmus coffers. Though, who knows whether those charges are trumped up or not. Who indeed? I also heard something about theft from the Erasmus estate. Some kind of jewelry heist or something. Oh, that's bad information by my estimation. I've heard nothing about theft from Erasmus either through official channels or, well, you know, the other kind. Interesting. I guess it was just a rumor. Thanks for the information, barkeep. Desira reaches into her pocket, pulls out a coin. She tosses it to the bartender. He snatches it out of the air. Anything else I can help you folks with? I think we're good, thanks. The bartender nods, slides down the bar, answering the beckon of another patron. What do you make of that? Well, we know that there's no warrant for our arrest. That means we're free to move about the city. We could even march right into Erasmus's own public hall without fear. I'm not sure about the without fear part. Yes, it does seem that both you and I are free people, as was the city and its nobles are concerned. It seems that Edgar is trying to cover up the whole incident. No record of our arrest or Galan's. That means that Galan is safe for the time being. After all, he can't very well execute a prisoner that doesn't officially, well, I mean, he could still kill him and dump his body, so yeah, you're not worried they might snuff him out off the books. Surprising as it is, hiding a prisoner is a lot easier than hiding a body. Besides, if Edgar ever wants to bargain with us, he needs leverage. Why would Edgar Erasmus want to bargain with us? Have you forgotten how this ordeal started? Desira pulls out the brooch. That's right, you actually got away with stealing that. The theft was never reported. As far as the law is concerned, it belongs to you now. As I said, it looks like Edgar is trying to keep the world from finding out that whole day ever happened. You and I are off without penalty, one brooch richer. Gallant, on the other hand, hasn't been so fortunate. I'm not sure what this brooch is worth to Edgar. Given that he was willing to chase me for it, it might mean more than we expect. Might be worth the life of a captured dwarf. Maybe. I'm curious about that brooch, what it's worth to Edgar. I think that we should do our research before we sit down at the bargaining table, even walk up to it. Meaning we find out what is so special about that brooch of yours. Let's find someone who might know. After some searching, we locate a reputable jeweler in the heart of Hammerhands. This is an interesting place. You said your name was Desira, did you not? That's right. Desir. It's hard for me to tell much about this. It's a bit of an awkward age. It's a modern piece, not fresh. Were it an older relic, I might be able to identify from the handiwork who made it. In recent years, the number of people crafting these sorts of trinkets has grown too numerous to keep track of. On the other hand, it's not new enough for me to draw conclusions based on the quality of the materials used. Our records don't go back that far. I would say this piece is maybe 30, give or take a decade. That sounds about right. To my knowledge, it's about as old as I am, a little older. I did find something interesting about it. It seems to have some faint magical signatures, based on what I can measure. I did my best to try awaken whatever magical properties it might have. My tests were inconclusive. This one has stumped me. Sorry, wish I had more to tell you. Well, you've done your best. That you're able to get this far is helpful enough. I always suspected that there might be some kind of magic living in that brooch. Never knew how to go about awakening such things. What did you try? I paired it to several power sources. Heating to extreme temperatures, not so extreme as to damage the metal, mind you. Even tried some alchemy-based catalyst. There were several tests that actually increased the magical readings I got from it. Whatever triggers this thing's powers. That's a mystery that still needs to be solved. Do let me know if you discover anything about it. You've piqued my curiosity. The jeweler picks up the brooch, offers it to Desira. She takes the brooch, squeezes it as it touches her hand. It drops to the floor. Sorry, it's still a bit warm from my testing. Jade, did you see that? See what? Desira picks up the brooch off the floor, lifts it up. A faint glow emanates from the brooch as she cradles it in her palm. Now this is a surprise. Desira, would you mind if I inspected this for a moment? Desira hands the brooch to the jeweler. It immediately stops glowing. He turns it over in his hand several times, then hands it back to Desira. As soon as she touches it, it regains its luminescent properties. Interesting. In my testing, I detected magic. Couldn't determine a trigger. Now I think we found it. Desira, is this brooch? Is it somehow special to you? Could it have some connection to you? You said it was older than you are. It belonged to my mother. That might explain it. Desira, I'm going to need to do some more testing on this with your help if you don't mind. How long do you expect this to take? If we want to be comprehensive, probably all day. Maybe longer. Would you be able to come in tomorrow as well if it came to that? That could be arranged. Jade, I don't see any reason for you to sit here looking bored while we examine the brooch. Why don't you leave me here? We'll take as long as we need to figure out what exactly this brooch is supposed to be. We can regroup in several days, whenever you have time. Sound good? Sure. No sense in us trying to decide what to do next before we have all the information. I'll catch you later. I'm not sure what exactly our next meeting will hold. I look forward to it. Thanks, Jade. Of course, if you need me urgently for any reason, I'll interrupt the tests, come with you, resume them later. Okay. So now we can go to Hammerhands. And we can meet with this here already. I don't see that on the map thingy. It's supposed to show us on the map thingy if we can do something. Now it's making me paranoid that I might have missed something. Maybe not. Maybe it's just because it just happened. Maybe. Okay, is there anything good in the shop, though? That's the question now that we have access to the shop. We have ourselves a Guardian of Rivervale, which is 1 less damage, 1 less speed, 1 less crit hit, 4 defense. Interesting. A Arbalest of the Kraken, ranged weapon. Iron Forge War. The only difference between War Chief Battle Axe and Iron Forge Warhammer is 1 more crit. Is it worth spending 750 gold just to get 1 more crit? 8 damage, -2 speed. If I had known this Iron Forge Warhammer was going to open up, I probably would have saved the money to get it. But apparently, you know, I don't think 1 crit's going to change that much. Okay, so no, not really anything weapon-wise here. Or here, it looks like. Okay, so what about defensive-wise? We have... Oh, look at that! It has the exact same stats as the Gladiator armor, except it has 5 more defense. It's a bit more expensive at 750, but yes. We are going to get Iron Forge armor, apparently. Good thing I found that out. Honestly, I would have probably tried to buy it anyways. I just would have ended up wasting money a little bit. Because that's a good amount of defense more. Dragon scale armor. No, that's a lot of fire defense though. Iron Forge armor. Okay, what about these 2? No. That pretty much changes which armor we're getting for Jade? Wait, Lena can't equip it. Well, I guess the main character is just going to be different, period, because she's going to have the Iron Forge and the helmet, while Lena will have the other armor and the other helmet, apparently. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's good, that's good. Meet with Desir. I return to Hammerhands, locate Desir at the jeweler's shop. Desir, it appears that your companion is here. Jade, I was wondering when you would come around again. Your visit is actually well timed. I think that we've done as much as we can here. What's the scoop on the brooch? By my estimation, this is what's sometimes referred to as a resonator stone. It has a few magical properties, nothing too useful. You might be able to perform a few simple parlor tricks. Light a pipe with the snap of a finger, levitate a small napkin, drink water from a cup without raising it to your lips, and so on. Very simple, trivial tasks that are more impressive than they are practical. The thing that makes these resonators so interesting is the way that they are made. I don't have much documentation on the process itself. It's a kind of artifact that's forged by both a jeweler and a witch in most cases, combining things like metals, precious stones with bits of a person's hair, spit. Through the forging process, the resonator becomes attuned to a specific user. That's how even someone with 0 magical aptitude can perform simple magic tricks using a resonator. I don't understand. This resonator was made specially for Desir. Desir, is this something your mother could have made you when you were just an infant? I don't think so. As far as I know, my mother had this brooch before I was born. That is in line with my own hypothesis regarding this artifact. You see, resonators have another interesting property. They're specially attuned to a specific user, but the traits that allow an individual to use the resonator are partly hereditary, DNA. I mean, if you spit, that just makes sense. It would stand to reason that if the resonator had been attuned to Desir's mother, then Desir would possess some of that attunement as well. Now, granted, Desir and her mother are not the same person. Every person is a mix of 2 parents, after all. That would explain why the resonator doesn't respond as strongly to Desir. For one thing, she's noticed nothing special about the brooch at first. It wasn't until I began applying different chemical rubs to it that it started responding to her touch. My theory is that simply cleaning the brooch, exposing it to different power sources helped to catalyze its response to her. Also, the resonator doesn't respond that strongly to her. I've gotten a little better at using it, The glow when I touch it is a lot stronger. It actually gets a little warm. I can't, for example, light a fire using it, which I believe was its original intended function. One of the questions I had for Desira is why her mother could have had this brooch made. As I mentioned, the process for creating a resonator like this is far from trivial. One of the attractions of an artifact like this is that it can be used as a display of wealth. How a woman of modest means managed to have one made is a serious question indeed. My mother worked as a maid for Fabergé Erasmus. It must have paid for the brooch to be made as a gift. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if old man Fabergé himself was a jeweler who made this brooch. That would make sense. After all, Fabergé Erasmus was a jeweler first, nobleman second. Though he didn't practice commercial jewelry making in his later years, it's not inconceivable that he could have kept up jewel making as a private hobby, made personal effects such as this for one of the people who worked on his estate. Fabergé was well known for his generosity. Indeed, I think the most compelling case for assuming that this is Fabergé Erasmus's own handiwork is the fact that there's no stamp, seal anywhere on the brooch. A commercial jeweler would have left a personal stamp, partly just due to simple practice, partly as a verification of authenticity. It's possible that this brooch did once have a commercial stamp that was either deliberately filed away, worn off with age. I doubt that myself, as I found no evidence of excessive wear or tampering. While there's no way to verify for certain that this brooch was specially made by Fabergé Erasmus as a personal gift to Desira's mother, all the signs point to it. If that is true, this is a very enticing piece indeed. What's so enticing about it? Fabergé Erasmus was one of the famous jewelers in all of Hammerhands. If someone found a never-before-seen brooch made by the man himself, uncovered after decades of being buried away in a vault somewhere, it could cause quite a stir among the enthusiasts. If this brooch went to auction, it could fetch... Well, let's just say that if Desira sold this brooch, she wouldn't have to work again for a very long time. Not going to happen. There are things in this world more valuable than money. That brooch is one of them. Fair enough, fair enough. By all means, keep the brooch. A jeweler like me should understand more than anyone the value of a sentiment over money. After all, the value of a wedding ring has less to do with the handiwork, craftsmanship of the man who made it, than the love of devotion of the man who bought it. Thank you for all your assistance. You've been a tremendous help. As for payment, I wouldn't dream of taking it. As you just said yourself, there are things more valuable in this world than money, sentiment ranking high among them. Spending several days handling a brooch made by Fabergé Erasmus himself, admiring his handiwork technique, seeing his unique flair style. It's all a jeweler like me could ever dream of. Take the brooch. My blessing. You've certainly blessed me by bringing it here. I have no words. Thank you. So where do we go from here? I had talked about using this brooch as leverage to get Galan out of jail. Now that I know what it's worth. Desira trails off. I look her in the eye questioningly. Please don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of running off with this thing, leaving Galan to rot. His fate weighs heavily on my soul. No amount of riches would change that. What I mean is this. Knowing what this brooch is worth, I think we may be able to get more than just Galan's freedom. What did you have in mind? Do you intend to barter it for riches from the Erasmus estate? This brooch was stolen from my mother by the wicked Edgar Erasmus. He covered his tracks well to make it look legal. In fact, he was able to take it by abusing the rule of inheritance. If we can prove that he deliberately destroyed his father's will to usurp the estate, including that which rightfully belonged to my mother, it would be the ultimate and grand larceny. I'm not suggesting that we bargain with Edgar Erasmus. I'm suggesting that we take him down. It's more personal now than it's ever been. The fact that this magical brooch reacts to my touch the way it does proves that it was made specifically for my mother. That's a fact that can't be hidden by destroying a will. This could be the evidence that we need to expose Edgar as the thief he is. Where do we start? I wish I knew. We need a strategy. Bringing an accusation like this against a nobleman isn't something that you do without planning. We need someone who has experience dealing with political situations. I wish I knew someone that matched that description. I am friends with some important people in Grimoire. This seems like an important enough matter to bother them about. Desir, have you ever met an Arc Wizard? Can't say I have. I get the impression that's about to change. Let's head back to Grimoire. Will probably take a couple of days. I should be able to arrange a meeting with Apo Emicio. Desir and I meet Apo Emicio in one of the Grimoire Council's private chambers, explain our findings to him. Desir, that brooch of yours is indeed something very special. Even I, as a practitioner of magic, find it fascinating. I can't begin to imagine the cultural, historical value it must hold if it is indeed the handiwork of a famous jeweler. That being said, I'm not sure you can form a case against Edgar Erasmus if this is your only evidence. I think he's made very sure of that. How do you mean? From what you've told me, both you, Desira, aren't being pursued for the theft of this item. It was never reported stolen. Is that correct? Yes. If that's the case, then how do you intend to prove that he wrongfully took it in the first place? You have no material evidence. Edgar can claim that the brooch was in Desir's possession all along. Taking the brooch back, you've removed the very thing that could have incriminated him. Furthermore, the only way that can prove that Edgar seized the entire estate wrongfully is if you can prove that he burned the will. Even if this brooch was originally willed to your mother, that fact is irrelevant if the document can't be brought up to verify. Even if we can show that Edgar knew that his father's will being lost would profit him, that proves only that he had a motive to destroy the will. Were this an ordinary civil case, we could look up the history of his last will and testament in public record. However, Fabergé, being a nobleman, assumed that his estate would be the safest place to store the will, a reasonable assumption for a man who is no stranger to protecting his own possessions. His will was never a matter of public record. Desira, you suggested that we go after Edgar using the law. Unfortunately, that's just not possible. The secret to Edgar's success in usurping his father's estate is that he is using the law as his tool. Law states that in the absence of a will, custody of Fabergé goes to his eldest offspring. Edgar could be despised in the eyes of the public, disowned by his father. None of that matters in the eyes of the law. Without a will to say otherwise, birthright determines the inheritance of a noble estate. As Fabergé's only descendant, Edgar controls the estate. Blast it! I think you're right, Apo Emicio. Edgar's going to get away with it. What do we do now? Gallien's still waiting for us. I talked before about using this brooch as a bargaining chip. Edgar has at least done us the courtesy of allowing us to keep it. With no report of its theft, it should rightfully belong to me, especially now that I can prove it belonged to my mother. As much as it pains me to do this, I think we may need to barter this for Gallien's freedom. Maybe we can extract some other wealth from Edgar as well. Apo Emicio, what do you think about this? I see nothing wrong with Desira's plan. If she is now recognized as the legal owner of the brooch, then you should be able to barter it for your friend's freedom. That being said, Edgar has proven himself to be nothing but greedy, dishonest. If you set foot on the Erasmus estate again, who knows what could happen? Edgar could accuse you of trespassing, some other crime, lock you up, and confiscate the brooch. I would recommend that you enter a formal negotiation, mediated by a neutral party. Jade, you're an emissary of the Council of Grimoire. I think that this matter is important enough to qualify as council business. I can write a letter of request to one of the judges in Hammerhands to request a formal mediation between you and the Fabergé estate. That is, of course, assuming that Desira is willing to allow Jade here to represent her interest in formal mediation. I'm afraid it's necessary in order to justify a request on behalf of the council. That's not a problem. Jade here has saved my skin more than once. If I can't trust her with my life, I can trust her with my mother's brooch. If Edgar is as greedy as I think he is, he'll accept the offer for mediation. I'll send my letter along. The mediation session should be ready within several days' time. I'll let you know the exact day when I know it. Okie dokie. And this is just the advice again. Okay. Next full moon's in 10 days. 10 days before we get to the, what I'm assuming is the finale, but I don't know. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing else to do. Don't know why it keeps kicking me out of the party manager, but that's, Okay, so right now, interesting that it keeps those there. So right now, what are we trying to get? Right now, we've already got the Amazon Scout armor for both of those. So we need to focus on armor for these guys, and that's about 600 each, right? Legionary armor is probably the cheapest, but we're only getting one for Lena. The other one we need to get thingies, so Amazon Citadel, and we'll just farm Amazon Citadel, I guess. Okay, that is just janky. Why does it keep kicking me out? Apparently I can't even do the arena if it decides to kick me out of there. That is fucking weird. I don't know what is going on here, but it needs to stop. It needs to stop. Okay, it looks like the War Bears are what's giving us the experience there, because they're giving so much more experience that way. But that's fine. That's fine. I mean, we're probably so overpowered anyways. Only reason I'm even slightly concerned about the level, honestly, is because there's an achievement associated with it. But I don't know how we could possibly get a level 40 character the way we're going, because it's taking forever just to get halfway to 40. I mean, unless we just faced everybody with a single person, because I think what's happening is the experience gets divided up. So maybe if I just put just me out there, maybe all that experience would go towards me, and that's how you get to a level 40 character. But I don't know. That it seems weird. It seems a little weird and sus, but maybe the game just goes on a lot further than the first night, or maybe there's an event that gives a crap ton of experience somewhere. I don't know. Hey Polymisho, you asked to see me? Only 10 days left until full moon. I think you found a good compromise between training and rest. Tired warriors don't fight well. To complete your equipment, Queen Karen asked me to give you this. With best greetings from the Amazon's treasury. He gives me a small chest. Oh, hello, thank you. Use it well, you must not fail. Thank you, and give Queen Karen my regards. Vayriel, what's up, Vayriel? Jade, thank you for coming to see me. No thanks needed, Vayriel. What did you want to talk about? Lately I've been receiving troubling news about the Great Forest. Receiving news how? Grimoire is a large city, Jade. It's a stopping point for many well-traveled people visiting the human empire. Some of those visitors happen to be elves, or those who have passed through the Great Forest. So what's the news? If you recall, at the time that we left the forest, I was being hunted by a man who suspected I was connected with the many strange goings-on in the forest. The business with the woodcrashers, for example. Yes, I recall. I had a close encounter with one of them myself. Since I've left, apparently the strange forces have continued to eat through the forest. These magics have manifested themselves in the form of the woodcrashers, which grow more numerous, and in the form of thick bramble, a massive network of thorns and vines that is eating through the forest. They are plants, and yet they seem to be driven by some sort of dark energy. I wonder if this could be related to the business around Namar. For the forest and the plains to be affected at the same time, that doesn't feel like coincidence. I think there may be a connection as well. I would investigate it if I could. However, you're still a wanted man. Yes, as it is, I can't go back to the forest. You may not be able to go to the forest, but I can. This seems like it's worth investigating further. Perhaps this map may help. Vayriel hands me a parchment with several markings on it. Hopefully you can read this better than I can. I must confess, while I am quite adept at navigating the forest on foot, when it comes to taking a bird's-eye view, I am somewhat inexperienced. The markings indicate places where people have reported sightings of youngling woodcrashers. It is my belief as they mature, the younglings stray further and further from where they've spawned. If you trace the woodcrasher sightings back to where the smallest ones are, you'll be likely to find whatever it is that they spawn. Coincidentally, those markings also happen to line up with places where people have spotted the thick bramble. Something tells me that's not a coincidence. Intuition says they're related, but I hesitate to jump to conclusions. I'll see what I can find, Vayriel. It's unfortunate that I can't bring you with me, but this map is already a great help. Thank you. Forest corruption. Okay, we can go check it out, yeah. I have more urgent things to attend to right now, but I plan to pay a visit to the Great Forest after our first incursion on Castle Namar. So that's something we can't... Okay, so we must be able to go past the first moon. Obviously, because it keeps talking about things we could do past the first moon. Apparently the first moon is not the end game. Okay, good to know. Also good to know is we got a ton of money. Thank you, Queen Karen, even if I keep not wanting to take your name seriously. You are not a Karen, apparently. Or maybe you are. Who knows? Maybe you're trying to buy me off. Okay, so let's get a legionary armor for Lena. Buy and equip. And then sell that. And then I think I'm going to focus on Lena first, since she has her own unique items. And then I'll focus on me. So Lena, let's get you the gladiator helmet. Buy and equip directly. Okay, so we don't have enough to buy the things we want to buy for ourselves. I don't think, because it's like 600 each, right? Where was the... It was Hammer Deep. That was Hammer Hands. Keep wanting to say Hammer Deep. Hammer Deep. So yeah, okay, that's 750. So 600, 750 is what we're going to be faced with right now. That's okay. So we can't go to Grand Tree right now. Nothing else to do anywhere else, just making extra sure so we can just do the arena and end the day. Double check. Why am I not in the... Why does it keep... Anger. Why do you keep kicking me out of the gosh darn party, you freaking idiot? Not cool. Not cool. Not cool. I don't know why it keeps doing it. I'm back in the desert walking the dunes. The first time I came here, I assumed that would be my only visit. Now I'm here for the third time. I still haven't accomplished what I originally came here for. It's time to change that. The sands that once seemed treacherous to navigate are now easy for me to amble over, thanks to the legwear I received from the dune marchers. These greaves really are a marvel of craftsmanship. I spot a familiar figure on the horizon, and the figure approaches me until I can make out the familiar form of Nuala. Jade, welcome back. Hello, Nuala. You know, every time I come to these dunes, you seem to find me. I'm beginning to wonder if all your time is spent just watching the horizon, awaiting my return. I'm eager to meet anyone who ventures into the desert. You're definitely my favorite visitor. I think the thing I like most about you is that, of all the visitors we get, you are the least likely among them to try to shoot me with an arrow or stab me with a spear. So it's a matter of survival. Patrolling the border to the desert is my responsibility to my tribe. The fact that sometimes I see you, that is not the reason I patrol. It is nice to see you. The expression on your face says that you are not just here to talk to enjoy my company. I'm afraid not. You see, the last time I came here I gained an ally, and a quite valuable one as well. But that is not why I came here. It's about the tomb of Erd. So you haven't forgotten? Of course not. Lyric can't stop talking about it. What has Lyric been saying? He never talks to me about it. Apparently it's something that he only discusses with the tribe elders. But they talk about it so often and so loudly that I can't help but hear their constant references to the tomb. And the curse of the desert. The curse of the desert. I think you should talk to Lyric yourself. He can explain it to you. I thought you said it was only between Lyric and the tribe elders. You are already involved. It wasn't until you came around that Lyric took such a fevered interest in the tomb of Erd. Let's go then. Take me to Lyric. Jade, I was wondering when you would be back. You were expecting me? Of course. I haven't forgotten why you originally came here. You were searching for the tomb of Erd. It seems you've taken an interest in it as well. So Nuala told you. Well, I guess I can't stop her from overhearing. She always did have sharp ears. What is it about the tomb that has gotten your interest? Nuala said something about a curse. You've seen the desert's corruption for yourself. Those scorpions, they seem to exude some kind of dark power, almost as if they were drawing their energy from another realm. You suggested that the blight covering the lands of Namar might be related to the desert's corruption. If that were the case, we would expect the desert infestation to be worse on its northern border, the part closest to Namar. It's the opposite. The places where the desert is thickest with the creatures of darkness are south of us. Coincidentally, that happens to be where the tomb of Erd is located. Interesting. Jade, I didn't ask you before. What is your business with the tomb? I feel compelled to ask. According to rumor, Erd was buried with his weapons. You speak of Baneslayer and Benediction, Erd's legendary silver axe and rod. You know of them? Of course I do. No one knows the legend of Erd better than the people of the desert. Some members of our tribe are directly descended from him. His stories have been passed down from generation to generation. Stories can be exaggerated, however. Over the course of hundreds of years, it can be hard to separate fact from fiction. What we do know is that there once lived a great warrior named Erd, who is memorialized in a stone tomb that now rests within the sands of this desert. Any more than that may be pure falsehood. Legend has it that Erd's Baneslayer and Benediction felled 3 giant beasts. The first was a fire-breathing dragon. The creature was thought to be invincible, covered with a scaled hide that blunted the impact of any blade or arrow. Erd charged the beast head on. The dragon opened its mouth and loosed its immolating flames. But Erd held Benediction aloft, and his rod protected him from the searing flames. Then, as the beast stood before him with its mouth agape, Erd charged in with Baneslayer, slicing its tongue out. The dragon flew away, and Erd stalked the beast for 10 days, until at last it succumbed to its wound and completely bled out from the wound on its mouth. Quick question, why couldn't the beast cauterize its own wound with his own flame breath? I mean, I realize that you can't, he probably has some flame resistance to his tongue. Maybe that's it? I mean, I would think the actual inside of his tongue would be more susceptible, maybe? I don't know. Do you believe the tales? A good question, Jade. I'm afraid I don't have a good answer for it. You see, regardless of whether his stories are true, Erd is a hero to our people. Erd, the battle mage, wielder of the axe and rod, the warriors who pride themselves on their toughness aspire to match Erd's strength. The shamans who pride themselves in the practice of magic aspire to match Erd's prowess with magic, and every member of the tribe aspires to match Erd's courage. You seek his tomb. Perhaps there you will find his legendary weapons, Baneslayer and Benediction. Perhaps you will find nothing. Regardless, I would like to accompany you. Your reasons for seeking the tomb are practical. Mine are more personal. What do you mean? Didn't I just tell you? Erd is a hero to our people. Many people of the desert make pilgrimage to his burial site. It is a rite of passage. Every one of our people, myself included, has a very sentimental attachment to that location. And that besides, if you are intending to enter his tomb, I feel it is my duty to ensure that you, as an outsider, do not do anything to defile or desecrate the site. That is not to say that I mistrust you, or object to your plan to take any relics you may find there. I think that Erd would be proud to know that Baneslayer and Benediction might once again serve the purpose of fighting creatures of darkness. But there are certain things which you may not know. I would want to be there simply to protect you from your own ignorance. You're coming with me. What about your people? Merrick chuckles to himself. Jade, I am their leader, not their caretaker. In the past, I have left them for days at a time. Surely they can spare a few hours without me. The elders still preside over the tribe, and they know what to do, even in case of trouble. Besides, Nuala will be here. With a shaman like her watching over them, what have they to fear? You've been waiting a long time to visit the tomb of Erd. So have I. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, my man. Lyric leads me across the dunes, away from the tribe and deeper into the desert sands. His pace is quick, not so quick that I can't keep up, but quick enough that I find myself short of breath. You move faster than Nuala did. Nuala is a scout. She watches for threats and stalks prey. I'm not so passive. Aren't you worried about attracting the attention of jackals? In these sands? No. The jackals tend to favor the areas of the dunes that border on the desert's flatlands. Here there is no prey, and hence there are no predators. This is a place of death. Because of the tomb of Erd? It's the other way around. This was chosen as Erd's burial site because it is devoid of life. Here there will be none to defile his grave, be they beast or man. But we're here. Yes, we are. But visiting the tomb is a privilege that we have earned through generations of craftsmanship in charting this lifeless desert. Do you think it's an accident that I know the fastest route to get us there? Any outsider would get completely lost in these sands before they got anywhere near the tomb, and any intruders would find themselves sinking into the sands before they even got this far. The Dune Marchers have won the right to visit the tomb of Erd. There is a reason that what you know about the tomb came entirely from old texts and not from personal accounts. This is our place, and soon it will be your place. What do you mean? It is part of the tradition of our people. None of us are born knowing how to make it to the tomb. It is something that is taught, passed from the older generation to the younger, from teacher to student. Once I was a lad making it here for the first time, with the guidance of an older tribe member, and several times since then I have led younger ones here so that they may know the route, and now I do the same for you. In a way, you have become one of us, Jade. I am honored to be called one of your people. I am honored, Lyric. I understand that your willingness to share this trip with me is not something that I should take lightly. To be a Dune Marcher is to follow the path of Erd. Erd's tale teaches us that it is not merely enough to have the correct tools at your disposal. You must have the cunning and skill to employ them effectively. Among the tales of Erd, perhaps my favorite is the one of slaying the Hydra, the beast of many heads. Yes, whenever the Hydra lost a head, two more heads would spring from the womb, a seemingly invincible beast. How did Erd slay the Hydra? With Baneslayer he removed one of the Hydra's heads. With the healing powers of Benediction he sealed the Hydra's wounds. He defeated his enemy by healing it. Clever, no? The Hydra uses injuries to its advantage. Take away its injuries and its advantage is gone. One by one Baneslayer removed the Hydra's heads. One by one Benediction sealed the Hydra's wounds, preventing it from regenerating. Eventually the last head was removed and the Hydra was slain. I feel like I should point out it probably would have been easier if he had used a poisoned weapon. That's probably assuming the Hydra is susceptible to poison in the first place, I guess, but still. That's quite a story. Indeed it is. I've been known to repeat it, so if you catch me telling that same story again, please interrupt me. I believe we've arrived. Lyric and I stand at the crest of a dune overlooking a large basin. At the bottom of the basin is a black rock formation. That rock formation looks artificial. Is that the tomb? You have a good eye, Jade. Yes, that is where Erd rests. However, something is wrong. What's the problem? I am not certain. We should investigate. Lyric and I approach the rock formation. As we draw nearer, I can see that there are several small stones surrounding a large hoodoo, which seems to have several patterns carved into it around the base. Look at the sand. I study the stone and suddenly realize what is wrong. The rocks aren't black. It's the sand that's covering them. Yes, exactly. Where is the black sand coming from? That is the question. Lyric places his hand against the black sand and wipes it off the stone. Immediately the surrounding sand begins to float to recover the bit that he wiped away. The sand seems to have a life of its own. Speaking of which, what is that? The black sand is taking the shape of some kind of monster coming towards us. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look friendly. Get ready to fight, Jade. Oh, it's a black sand monster. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Have you ever seen anything like this? This isn't normal, right? No, the sand seems possessed somehow, as if something were controlling it. Look there, on the ground. There was something inside that thing made of sand, perhaps what remains of some unfortunate traveler. Oh, a war chief battle axe, okay. We're taking it. At least we can use it to avenge whoever this was. I have many questions about what is happening here, and no answers. However, the black sand, it seems to be all concentrated here, at Erd's tomb, and I suspect that whatever answers we seek will be found within. How do we get inside? Here, Lyric points to a flat section of the rock. This circular stone covers the entrance. Lyric grips the stone slab from one end and pushes it away, exposing a cavity in the rock. Almost immediately the black sands begin to shift. The stone rolls back into place. Incredible. The sands have this kind of power. Sands that can move rock are probably strong enough to choke a man, and yet the sands don't seem to react to us at all. Indeed, the sands only reacted when I disturbed them, or disturbed the rock. It seems almost as if whatever dark force here has only taken control over the sand itself. What about the scorpions that I saw earlier with Nuala? Those seem to have sprung from the same corruption. And yet scorpions are beasts of the sand. If a sand dweller like an antlion or sand king were to lay its eggs inside of this black sand, who knows what would happen? So you think we're not at risk of being attacked? Not directly. However, the sand does have the power over the land itself, and that poses a problem, because if we enter the tomb, it will seal us inside. I can roll the tomb from the outside, but once inside it is much more formidable. You should stay outside then. I'll go in to investigate. I can't hold the stone against the force of the sands. I don't have the strength to hold the entrance open for that long. Then let the stone roll back into place. I'll beckon you from within when I'm ready for you to open the entrance and release me. Will you be able to hear me from outside if I yell for you? Yes, I can do that. Then let's do it. Lyric nods and pushes the stone aside, exposing the tomb's entrance. I step through, and a moment later, the stone rolls back into place, trapping me inside. Lyric, can you hear me? I hear Lyric's muffled voice from the other side. Yes. Are you okay? I'm okay. I'll call if I need help. I can hear Lyric well enough when I'm standing directly beside the entrance. If I venture too far in, he probably won't be able to hear me. I should proceed with caution. The stone that covers the entrance isn't a perfect seal. A scant amount of sunlight pokes through the cracks at the edges of the entrance, and by that dim light I'm able to survey the tomb's chamber. It appears as though we have an interloper. I tense up and assume a combat stance. Whether my next move is to run or fight, I intend to be ready for it. Please, dwarf, whatever weapons you may have, let them remain hidden. We have no quarrel with you. Who are you and what are you doing here? Where are my manners? I'm Zachary and this here is my Valerie. Hello? Will you do us the courtesy of telling us your name? I'm Jade. A pleasure, Jade. Valerie and I are simply come here to investigate an anomaly. Funny, I came here for the exact same reason. Then it would appear we share a mission. Perhaps we can work together. I came here hoping to find the source of a blight that has been plaguing these lands. I thought that might be caused by Namar's vampires. Here I find 2 vampires. Quite a coincidence. 1 vampire, actually. Valerie, you see, hasn't fully turned. Right now she is but a lowly thrall. Valerie pulls back her collar to reveal a pair of bite marks on her neck, which I can only assume Zachary is responsible for. She's a loyal one, but still no vampire. Time will see to that, however. As for your insinuation that my companion and I are in some way responsible for the corruption on these lands, I must vehemently deny any responsibility. I can see your line of thinking, and the truth is that you are correct in assuming that the vampires of Namar are in some way responsible. But those vampires are not my people. Not anymore, at least. It sounds like you are involved with them. Yes, I had dreams of one day ascending to the throne of that castle. I got quite good at climbing the ranks, you know. Climbing the ranks makes you more enemies than friends, and the problem with having vampires as enemies is that they tend to hold grudges, and they live quite a long time. Eventually I realized I was surrounded by enemies, and found myself unwanted within the walls of that castle. They banished you? In a manner of speaking. I suppose that would make the vampires that currently inhabit the castle of Namar my enemies. I presume the same is true of you as well. Yes, I am currently opposing the corruption of Namar. Well then, being that we share a common enemy, I suppose that would make us friends, would it not? I guess that would make us friends. At the very least, we share a common interest. Okay, so this is a relationship pair that we can apparently have. Zachary and Valerie. Okay. Isn't that wonderful, Valerie? I wasn't expecting to make a friend today. Yes, it is quite lovely to have made a new friend. Valerie and I don't have much in the way of friends, you see. Ever since I was evicted from the castle, I found it hard to find companions. Vampires are not well liked, you see. To consummate our new friendship, I would like to offer you a gift. Zachary reaches into his breast pocket and pulls out a small vial. He tosses it to me, and I snatch it from the air. I study the vial. It's a thick, dark-colored liquid, but it's hard to make out its exact color in the dim light. What is this? It's blood, of course, taken from Valerie while she's still in position to give blood. Please, enjoy it. I don't see what someone like me has for this. Will you someone, You said you have a quarrel with the beast of Namar, yes? Vampires, of course, but also ghouls and other sorts. The undead thirst for blood. Now you have a vial of something they desire. Perhaps it will come in handy if you ever need to parley with them. Yes, it's very pure. Of course it is, dear Valerie. Directly from your neck into that glass vial. You won't find anything fresher. I hope it proves useful in your future endeavors. Thank you? Well, I think we spent enough time looking about. I believe it is time for me, Valerie, to bid you adieu. Wait, I came here to investigate the Blight. Yes, as did we. As I told you, I suspected that Namar might be somehow responsible for odd phenomena in this area, and my suspicions were confirmed. How do you know? How do I know? A vampire just knows these things. How do we stop it? Oh, Valerie and I just performed a little ritual of sorts. You just missed it, actually. A blood ritual, of course, as vampires do. That little vial of blood is just a bit of what's left over from the ritual. So the corruption around this area, for now, it's stalled, halted, not eliminated. For that, you'll need to go to the source. And what is the source? Namar, of course. But you already knew that, didn't you? I think we've said all there is to say for now. Valerie is quite exhausted from the ritual and all, so we should be on our way. Goodbye. Wait. I call out, but Zachary and Valerie seem to vanish from sight, as though they melted into the darkness itself. It seems they have no interest in revealing themselves. If Zachary is telling me the truth, it means the small issue plaguing this area is dealt with. For now, at least. I return to the entrance and call out. Lyric, are you still out there? I'm still here. You want out? Yes, I think I'm done in here. A stone rolls away from the entrance. I step out into the light. Jade, what happened in there? I saw vampires. Vampires from Namar. Are they the ones that were spawning the magic that blackened the sands? No, I think it's the opposite. Rather than propagating the dark magic, they seem to be trying to dispel it. How could that be? Not all vampires are on friendly terms. Perhaps they're fighting the same enemy that I am. So that gave me a half heart. Let's see if the other one does. I think I may have discovered the source of the corruption that springs from this tomb. That gives a half heart as well. Jade, look at the stone. I turn back and look at the stone that covered the entomb's entrance. It hasn't resealed the tomb. I look at the stone, and slowly the blackness that covers it begins to dissipate. The sand lightens in color, then begins sliding down the rock face until it hits the ground, mixing indistinctly with the sand of the desert's dunes. I'll go ahead and just tell him about it, though, since it gives me a half heart either way. It's better to be honest and let him know what's going on. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it. Apparently, whatever you did inside that tomb worked. If the corruption is really gone, then we should be able to enter the tomb and explore. Explore. Jade, I haven't forgotten why you came here in the first place. You came here looking for Urd's legendary axe and rod. You've helped me and my people with our problem. Now it is my duty to help you with yours. Let's go inside. Lyric and I step into the tomb. With the entrance open behind us, I can now see the interior more clearly, and I spot a passageway leading further into the tombs. Do you want to lead the way? If you're asking me to be your guide inside this tomb, be warned that I am no more familiar with its interior than you are. You've never been in here? No one has entered the tomb's inner catacombs for many decades. Stories say that the innermost catacombs are sealed by magic. That sounds believable. I'm inclined to doubt such stories. Oh, for what reason? Anytime I hear stories of events long ago that involve magic, my instinct is to be skeptical. And yet you're in the tomb of a centuries past warrior, hoping to find his legendary weapons. I'm here because of credible scholarly authorities, not the tall tales of common people. I think so too. The tomb of Urd has always had a certain mystical quality to it, even before the corruption began stemming from it. Perhaps the desert corruption was pulling from some kind of latent magic that rests here. You think that might be possible? Anything is possible. Our eyes will tell us soon enough whether the stories are true. Let's see what really lies inside this tomb. Lyric turns his attention to the walls of the chamber. He touches a section of the wall and begins running his hand along it. What are you doing? Looking for etchings. What about the catacombs? If we're going to search this tomb, we should search it. I have a feeling that patience will reward us. Destiny has a way of punishing the foolhardy. Speaking from personal experience. What young boy hasn't experienced a bit of pain as a result of poor choices? It's how we learn. Sometimes we can learn without painful mistakes. Lyric's hand stops over a section of the wall. He taps it gently with the head of his axe. Several loose pebbles are dislodged by the impact. The small stones fall to the floor, leaving a groove in the wall. I think I've found it. Lyric points the handle of his axe at the wall, gives it several more gentle taps. With each tap, sand is dislodged from small grooves. What's left seems to be a series of symbols. What do these symbols mean? It's writing. Can you read it? It's an older language, one that's still taught by the village elders, the tribe's future elders, which includes me. Yes, I can read it. However, the meaning does not translate cleanly. These symbols express ideas rather than complete sentences. This passage, it says mystical seal, mystic break, sunrise, sunset. What is that supposed to mean? Something about the time of day? Perhaps. There are many symbols that express sunrise, sunset. Some symbols were used in record keeping to report the time of day. Other symbols are intended to express more romantic notions of sunrise and sunset. What does that mean? I think whoever wrote sunrise, sunset intended these symbols to indicate ideas, two opposite concepts. Similar to the first part, mystic seal, mystic break. In a way, the sunset is the undoing of the sunrise, and a mystic break might be the opposite of a mystic seal, breaking the seal. This seems to be consistent with the ideas that there's some kind of magic seal on the tomb's inner catacombs. The seal can be broken. Mystic break. Breaking the magic seal with magic. That makes sense. I don't know how else you would undo a magical seal. Jade, there's another thing. There's a symbol here. I believe it says danger. Danger within? Perhaps it means danger if the seal is broken, maybe as part of a separate idea, not related to the magic seal. Danger. Some kind of deterrent to scare people away? It may be more of a caution, a warning. Proceed with caution. I believe we may be best to heed its advice. What do you think? I want to keep going. So do I, Jade. I wonder if that is possible. What do you mean? This writing seems to suggest that magic is an essential tool on proceeding forward. I believe it would be foolish for us to continue without a practiced shaman. Someone like Nuala. That is exactly what I was thinking. Jade, there are many mysteries to this tomb. Mysteries I would like to see unraveled. More than that, if there are artifacts within this tomb that might aid you on your quest, I believe I owe it to you to aid in their pursuit. But this is not an endeavor to be made half-heartedly. Let us go back to camp, have a chance to rest. We can return to this problem with fresh eyes, as well as a shaman to help us should magic essential in surviving whatever trials might lie ahead. Very well, let's head back to camp. I step out of the tomb, and Lyric follows me into the sunlight. Jade, it has become clear to me that the fate of my people is deeply connected with your mission. It seems odd, but the darkness itself seems to heed your beck and call. I wouldn't go that far. Is it so outlandish for me to say? You disappear into Urd's tomb. Moments after you emerge, the corruption that was infesting it subsides. One might even call you a Lightbringer. Lightbringer. If that's my new title, I like it. I cannot help but think that my people would benefit from seeing you succeed in your mission. I think that I now have a personal interest in your affairs. What do you mean by that? I would like to lend you my own personal aid, if you would have it. I preside over my people by day. I could be called upon to lend my axe to your fight. If you're ready to cleave skulls on my behalf, I feel I would be a fool to refuse the offer. I've gained a new party member, Lyric. What's up? Excellent. It will be a pleasure to fight alongside you. Your reputation in the Orcish Waste is increased by 10. Okay, which makes things cheaper, I guess, but whatevs. Okay, so what does Lyric have? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Inventory. Map. Party management. And they kicked me out of the party. It's whenever we go into the quest is what's doing it, I think. Which is kind of not cool, but there's not a whole lot we can do about it, I guess. Okay. Yeah, because that's the weapon we currently have on. So I don't think any of these items are things that we necessarily... Not sure how to feel about that. Necessarily that we need or want. Yeah, so we'll just sell those. Okay, so we still want an Iron Forge armor, and we don't quite have enough, but if we sell the plate mail, we will. There we go, Iron Forge armor. Okay, so yeah, there we go. We've got the best armor that we can for our current party, I think. So now we need to try to focus on accessories. Probably. That sounds right. I kind of want accessories for attack for our attackers and defense for our healers. Sounds like a good plan. So see, this one is supposedly better for Desira. No, it is better than for Desira, just period. So the necklace may be 2 attack, 2 defense. 2d 4 crit and 4 parry. So maybe for this Sierra, this necklace, we can get 2 of them, so if anybody else needs it, that's fine too. Maybe the Book of Water, that health regen does seem kind of nice, but I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Nuala, you also want the necklace, although that lowers our defense by 1, so I don't know. Well, it's only 1, and it would increase our crit hit and parry by 4. So it probably be worth just that small amount of defense loss. Probably. Okay, and then you don't need that either because what you've got is pretty much that. So yeah, okay. So maybe the necklaces, that's 500, 450 each. Maybe the necklaces for our mages, maybe. Maybe. Let's see what Amazon Citadel has. Anything good here? The necklace, which is the exact same as the necklace in the other area. Interesting that there's so many necklaces that have the exact same stats. Okay. Interesting. Okay, what about Grand Tree? Again, the necklace has the exact same stats, so it seems like the accessories don't have a whole lot of variety. Yeah, again, 2 attack, 4 crit, 4 parry. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the necklaces have that much variety. The accessories in general. Oh, it looks like we might have something here. Demonic Talisman. We lose 2 attack, 2 defense, but we get SP regen. Madness. Hits a single target, inflicting madness on him or her. Target's attack, speed, and crit hit attributes get worse each round the spell's effect. Doesn't work on bosses. Interesting. That is interesting. That is a thing. Okay, so that necklace has the same exact stats. This one has health and SP regen. We lose defense, however. We don't just lose defense, we lose negative defense. Would that be worth it for the SP regen? That is a choice. That is certainly a choice. Chizulu Ring. That is certainly a choice right there. And then again, the necklace that has the exact same stats. Nothing unique about it. Orcish Waste, Lothark. Where we've got the books again, and the necklace with the exact same stats. Okie dokie. Horus. Exact same situation, except it's also got a red runestone, which could be good for attack, I guess. It does have a little bit more attack, but we lose that defense, crit hit, and parry, so it's only for attack. So yeah, okay. Pretty much our best bet is to buy the necklace. 460, probably the place with the most reputation is where it would be best to buy it. Which is probably here, which is 417. So about 400 by the time we get the money. And after that, I mean, I don't see what else we could do. The only other thing I could think of is to make sure these guys have stuff in case we need to end up using them for combat. But I'm really hoping that doesn't happen because they already have low. So then the question, I guess, would be accessories, but antidote, heavy explosive, 30 to 35, that could be good, you know, for single attack. but we can only use it if it's a thief class or debt collector and we are an envoy, so... Resurrection, medium explosive bomb. See, I just don't know about that sort of stuff, so we'll just keep training, I guess, for the experience. And soon we'll be not needing to buy anything unless we just want to buy something for the other guys, like I said. A Polemy show. A messenger told us that you wanted to see Dashira and I. Yes, it is about the mediation. Did Edgar accept? Yes, the mediation will take place next week. I'll send you a messenger to tell you the exact day. Good. I'll write it down so I don't forget about it. Thank you, Apolimi Show, for all your help. You're welcome. Oh, okay, cool. I arrive with Desira at the courthouse appointed for a negotiation with Edgar Erasmus. We are standing outside the mediation chamber, waiting for the judge, when our adversary arrives. Desira, so pleasant to see you again. The pleasure is all yours, Edgar. You two know each other? Of course, Desira and I are acquainted. Her mother worked for my father. I remember when you were just a wee girl, Desira. I remember when you were an even smaller lad, Edgar. I'm 2 years older than you. My mother brought me to your newborn ceremony. My, was seeing me for the first time really that memorable? I didn't realize I made such an impression. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. There's scarcely a woman in the city who can ignore my Can we just kill this guy already? Well, you'll find one such woman standing right here. Besides, shouldn't a woman like you desire youth? The fact that you are 2 years my senior hardly seems something to brag about. You'll never win a man's affections by telling him that, unless they're into mommies, yes. I believe you have in you desire to win your affections, you are beyond delusional. Yet here you are, ready to meet me as I go to mediate with your companion here. Jade, was it? That's me. Edgar extends a hand. Desira opens her mouth to protest. I take his hand and shake it anyway. I hope we can find common ground. Actually, it's actually about that. I was hoping that I might negotiate with you regarding the item in question before the judge arrives. It might do us some good to get this resolved without the law being involved. How do you mean? Well, let's just say that, hypothetically, I were to release one of my prisoners as part of the deal that we negotiate. That would be a bit of an embarrassment for me. Entirely legal, you understand, but a bit questionable to the discerning eyes of other nobles. What a shame it would be for you to be known as someone who makes shady deals. The sarcasm in Desira's voice couldn't be thicker. I pride myself on my stellar reputation despite what you may think of me, Desira. So if we reach an agreement before the judge arrives, you get to save face. What's in it for us, Edgar? Well, I can offer you more favorable terms. I could, for example, offer to release a prisoner of your choosing in exchange for the brooch, and a sizable sum as well. Say 1,000 gold pieces. If the judge arrives, I may feel less charitable. I must warn you that I am somewhat renowned for my talent as a negotiator. You may not get terms as favorable once I argue the law. Things may get a bit messier once the judge arrives. They'll get messier right now if I get my dagger out, slit your throat, fool. What do you say? Handshake deal? Let's settle this on our own. Me and you, right here. No judge, just in exchange across the table. 1,000 gold pieces and the freedom of your friend in exchange for that one little trinket. What should we do? What should we do? Probably to get the relationship points we should decline, but it is 1800 and I'm hungry and it is time for food and to end the stream. So we will we will reject the deal tomorrow. Maybe I will see you guys tomorrow. Maybe I won't. Stay safe, friends. And we don't really have enough to raid. We have 3 people, and I don't feel comfortable raiding unless we have 5. So stay safe, friends. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow.